Chapter 745. However, even though he was shocked, the disciple of the heavenly array faction quickly regained his senses. He knew that now was not the time to be shocked. Although the foundation of the formation had been made up, the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation had yet to truly take shape. The previous situation could not happen again. Otherwise, he could not imagine that there would be a second disciple like this to make up for the foundation. After a brief moment of shock, the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation slowly entered the right track. Although the Marrow Beast tide continued to attack, the disciples of the 8 factions were extremely cautious, as if there was a precedent. Therefore, no matter how ferocious the beast tide was, it was blocked time and time again by the disciples of the various factions. At the same time, the pressure of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation, which was originally faintly discernible, became increasingly clear. Wherever the pressure went, some of the lower-level Marrow Beasts would instinctively feel fear, which constantly surfaced on their faces. This scene made everyone have a premonition that although the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation had consumed a lot of resources to set up, the result should be worth their efforts. At this moment, the formation had yet to fully take shape, but its power was enough to make the lower-level Marrow Beasts terrified. When it truly took shape, it might really be able to seal the Marrow Beasts in the entire mountain range. The more this was so, the more they naturally thought that if it were not for Yan Chutian's efforts to turn the tide, even if the disciples of the 8 factions worked together, they would have failed. Therefore, countless people looked at Yan Chutian. Even if they were not disciples of the same faction, they could not help but feel a trace of respect. At the same time, Yan Yuan of the Heavenly Array faction also looked over with a trace of respect in his eyes. However, at the same time, when he saw the former's increasingly familiar movements as he constructed the formation, he could not help but be startled again. This was because such smooth movements were really too familiar. If the other party could really grasp the construction of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation to such a degree in such a short period of time, then his attainments in the Tao of formations were a little too shocking. The combined power of the 8 lineages seemed to be something that even the heavens did not wish to see failure. Hence, after another ferocious charge from the beast horde, an enormous blazing sun slowly rose above the heads of the 8 lineages' disciples. Seeing the sun rise into the sky, the disciples of the Heavenly Formation faction were all overjoyed. The reason for that was because the rise of the sun meant that the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation had truly taken form. Next, as long as all the disciples poured their spiritual energy into the sun, they would be able to activate the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation and unleash its tremendous power to seal the heavens and lock the earth. All disciples, inject your spiritual energy into the sun. Several disciples from the Heavenly Array faction hurriedly shouted at this moment. Immediately thereafter, even though they had to maintain the formation themselves, they each condensed a pillar of spiritual power, which converged into the large sun in the sky. Seeing this, how could the disciples of the various factions, who already knew about the distribution, hesitate at this moment? At this moment, every disciple gathered the spiritual energy around their body and condensed it into spiritual energy light pillars, which directly converged into the great sun in the sky. Hundreds and thousands of spirit energy light pillars appeared one after another in the blink of an eye. With such a large number of spirit energy light pillars fusing together, the great sun, which was already not weak in the first place, burst into an even more dazzling light. Wherever the light went, the power of the formation, which was not restrained in the slightest, also directly oppressed the tide of Marrow Beasts that were wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. In this way, the tide of Marrow Beasts, which had been extremely violent a moment ago, seemed to have sensed a fatal threat at this moment. Even if they did not retreat, they restrained their charging tide and even restrained their roars. Seeing this scene, how could the disciples of the Heavenly Array faction, who had sharp eyes, not know that this was the best opportunity to activate the formation? Then, as they looked at each other, they all activated the main formation base that they were in, releasing the true power of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation at this moment. The formation's power was unleashed, and from the rising sun, a chain formed by condensed light shot out toward the surrounding heavens and the earth. The chain seemed to be endless, and wherever it shot out, it sealed every marrow beast. Even the marrow beasts at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm were not spared. However, even if the marrow beasts did not have intelligence, they were not idiot. Being sealed by the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation, they naturally frantically gathered their strength and struggled. The struggle of a marrow beast might be inconspicuous, and could even be completely ignored. However, the number of marrow beasts was in the hundreds and thousands, and the power of their struggle was too terrifying. Therefore, the disciples of the various factions had no choice but to continue using their spiritual power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the sealing power of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation. If there were only these marrow beasts in this mountain range, all the problems would be solved. Apart from the Heavenly Array faction, the disciples of the 8 factions would have several empty seats, and they would be able to take the opportunity to kill all the sealed marrow beasts. However, the marrow beasts in front of them were not all. They could clearly feel that the countless light chains that extended into the depths of the mountain range did not last for more than a few breaths of time before collapsing one after another. At the same time, in the depths of the originally calm mountain range, an extremely violent aura was constantly gathering. It was as if an originally silent creature had suddenly been awakened by an external force, and it was naturally extremely angry and even crazy. All the disciples could clearly feel the terrifying aura in the depths of the mountain range. This also made them understand that up until now, it was just the beginning. Next, whether or not they could kill the king of the marrow beasts in the depths of the mountain range was the most crucial point. If they were unable to kill it and allowed it to rush out of the depths of the mountain range and wreak havoc. Once the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation was destroyed, the current situation would be irreversible, and the disciples of the 8 factions would still be in an extremely terrible situation. At this moment, there was no need for anyone to say anything. The disciples of the 7 factions that had been allocated their seats long ago soared into the air one by one. Yen Chutian also shot out from the Blood Spirit faction. Now that the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation had been completed, his strength was no longer needed. Therefore, he naturally had to use his strength where it was most needed. And the place where it was most needed now was to kill the king of the marrow beasts. Everyone gathered. Immediately after, there was still no need for anyone to say anything. A total of 28 people all headed towards the depths of the mountain range where the violent aura was constantly gathering. Within the group, Yen Chutian and Cher walked side by side. Cher's cultivation had already stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor, and she was naturally one of the top disciples of the Heavenly Frost faction. Therefore, it wasn't strange for her to appear at this moment. In front of Cher, Lu Lianyi flew. Although her appearance was elegant and indifferent, the aura that spread out from her was enough to make a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm feel even more pressured. Lu Lianyi was one of the top disciples of the Heavenly Frost faction, and her cultivation had naturally stepped into the Tianfuging 4th floor. Sweeping his gaze, Yen Chutian also saw other familiar faces. For example, in the direction of the Profound Spirit faction, the white-clothed Luo Yu also entered his sight. As if sensing his gaze, Luo Yu also looked over with her beautiful eyes. Their gazes met in the air, and for a moment, their gazes became somewhat stiff. Feeling the slight stiffness, Yen Chutian faintly smiled and shifted his gaze, continuing to look forward. However, after shifting his gaze, although it was no longer awkward, he still met Yi Linlang's gaze. The feeling Yi Linlang gave him was the same as before, making him feel a bit of disgust. However, his attitude was the same as before. Even if he entered the Tianyang faction, it would be fine as long as he didn't provoke him. However, if he followed other disciples of the Tianyang faction and tried to oppress them, then don't blame him for not giving them any face. As his gaze continued to look, what made Yen Chutian feel somewhat helpless was that the next figures he saw were all his enemies. For example, Xiao Shan and the Kongtong factions He Ling. Moreover, when he saw the two of them with their arms around each other's shoulders, Yen Chutian couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. The two of them had conflicts with him, so could the two of them have already done something in the dark? However, even if they did, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he wasn't alone right now. Including him, there were 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. In the Heavenly Frost faction, there were at least Lu Lianyi and Cher, and there were 2 more. In addition, he had helped the Blood Spirit faction patch up such a huge hole. He didn't believe that the former would just watch him fall into trouble. In fact, the way he had turned the tide had stabilized the situation of the entire 8 bloodlines. How could the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction have the face to attack him? Chapter 746. Even though the mountain range was winding and deep, they still managed to see an extremely large marrow beast crouching at the end of the mountain range within a few dozen breaths. This marrow beast also had flesh wings on its back. However, it didn't have 1 pair of wings like everyone had seen before, but 2. At the same time, the bone spikes on its spine were even more exaggerated. They extended all the way down and covered the tip of its tail before stopping. If one were to observe more carefully, they would be able to discover that there were some protrusions on both sides of the marrow beast's flesh wings. This feeling was as if something was about to grow out from these protrusions. If this scene appeared alone, it wouldn't be strange. After all, marrow beasts had strange appearances and were all different from each other. However, at the same time, they felt the extremely furious aura of the marrow beast in front of them, as well as the enormous pressure that pervaded the air under that tyrannical aura. Faintly, it made everyone think of a certain possibility. However, when they thought of that possibility, they couldn't help but panic in the eyes of the disciples who were ranked at the top of the rankings. This was because they thought that this marrow beast might be on the verge of leveling up. Its strength was already at the Tianfuging 6th floor. If it leveled up again, it would obviously head towards the Tianfuging 7th floor. As for the protrusions under the flesh wings, if it really leveled up to the Tianfuging 7th floor, then another pair of flesh wings would grow out. When they thought of this possibility, how could they still remain calm? With so many of them working together, they still had the confidence to contend against and even kill the marrow beast on the Tianfuging 6th floor. But when the marrow beast's level reached the higher 7th level of the Heaven Palace realm, no one dared to say that they would be able to kill the marrow beast even with the combined strength of nearly 30 disciples. In fact, they would only be able to contend against it. When they thought of this, everyone's eyes suddenly trembled. They knew that they couldn't hesitate any longer. No one knew how the marrow beast would level up. If this marrow beast suddenly leveled up to the Tianfuging 7th floor while they were hesitating, then the situation would really be terrible. Therefore, without any instructions, the disciples of the various factions began to gather their spiritual energy and form powerful vortexes of spiritual energy in their palms or around their bodies. Since they couldn't delay any longer, they didn't need to hide anymore. They each displayed their own technique. Even if they consumed a lot of energy, as long as they could kill this marrow beast, it was worth it. Close to 30 disciples from the top seats were attacking together. One could imagine how huge the commotion would be. At the same time, the marrow beast also sensed the danger. Although it did not move, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged around its huge body. After a few breaths, whether it was the 8 seated disciples or the marrow beast king, all of them had finished preparing their attacks. Hence, in the next moment, the 2 vast attacks tore through space and violently collided. At the moment of contact, an earth-shaking rumbling sound suddenly resounded. A huge wave of air swept out, forcibly lifting a layer of sand and stones from the ground. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, no matter how big the commotion was, the seated disciples of the various factions didn't even glance at it. Instead, their gazes were firmly fixed on the center of the collision. It seemed that the heavens didn't want to disappoint their expectations. It could be clearly seen that after a long while, the attacks of the two sides finally fell in the direction of the marrow beast. In other words, the collision of the attacks of the two sides had ended with the victory of the seated disciples of the various factions. Such a scene caused the seated disciples of the various factions to let out a soft sigh of relief. From the looks of it, although the marrow beast was on the verge of breaking through, it had yet to truly break through the time-fuging seventh floor. As long as it didn't truly break through the time-fuging seventh floor, the combined forces of the nearly 30 of them could still suppress it. At the same time, the combined forces of the seated disciples of the various factions completely obliterated the marrow beast's attack. Then, with the remaining momentum, they continued to attack the marrow beast. This scene was seen by the seated disciples of the various factions. Even with the remaining momentum, they should still be able to injure the marrow beast. After all, the marrow beast had already prepared its attack. Now that its attack was broken, it didn't have the time to instinctively prepare a defense. However, just as everyone was thinking this, when the remaining attack truly descended, a scene that caused their expressions to freeze appeared. Shockingly, the remaining attack, which was still quite powerful, tore through space and descended on the marrow beast's body. However, when it came into contact with the marrow beast, a layer of mud-like substance suddenly appeared on the surface of the marrow beast's body. However, this seemingly unremarkable layer of mud caused the descending remaining attack to be silently annihilated. It couldn't even cause the slightest movement, let alone injure the marrow beast's body. This sudden situation caused the seated disciples of the various factions, who had originally been secretly relieved, to suddenly turn serious. They stared closely at the layer of mud-like substance on the marrow beast's body, and a very bad feeling rose in their hearts. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the layer of mud on the marrow beast's body. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. Although the possibility was very small, it still made him wonder if this layer of mud-like substance was the legendary true crystal marrow saliva. Naturally, Yan Chutian wasn't the only one who thought of this. Hence, very quickly, a cry of disbelief suddenly sounded from another direction. True crystal marrow saliva? His words revealed the truth. In an instant, the expressions of the nearly 30 seated disciples changed. At this time, perhaps only Cher didn't know what the true crystal marrow saliva was. Puzzled, she asked Yan Chutian in a small voice. Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't hide anything from Cher. True crystal marrow saliva is a mysterious substance that can only be derived from crystal marrow above grade 7. Although it is useless for cultivation and has no offensive properties, its defensive properties are extremely strong. After hearing Yan Chutian's explanation, how could Cher not understand why the appearance of the so-called true crystal marrow saliva would cause everyone to be so shocked? On the one hand, it naturally meant that there might be grade 7 crystal marrow in this crystal marrow mountain. On the other hand, it was naturally the terrifying defensive power that the true crystal marrow saliva could bring to the marrow beast. Although Cher didn't hear Yan Chutian's explanation, she could completely imagine that even a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Palace stage would find it extremely difficult to break through the true crystal marrow saliva's defense. However, if they couldn't even break through the defense, how could they attack? In reality, the situation was just as Cher had thought. The appearance of the true crystal marrow saliva meant that there might be grade 7 crystal marrow. However, the true crystal marrow saliva also increased the danger of the marrow beast by several times. With the protection of the true crystal marrow saliva, they didn't have the confidence to break through the defense. However, if they couldn't even break through the defense, didn't that mean that they would definitely lose today? While everyone was feeling uneasy, Yen Chutian opened his spirit eye slightly and stared at the mud-like substance on the marrow beast's surface that was dozens of feet away. He found it a little hard to accept. Could it be that they would still end up in failure after reaching such a stage today? Although Yen Chutian had never seen the true crystal marrow saliva before, his spirit eye's ability to see through falsehoods was extremely strong. Therefore, after repeatedly scanning the true crystal marrow saliva, he finally noticed something strange. It seemed that the true crystal marrow saliva wasn't completely unscathed under their combined efforts just now. However, the damage was very inconspicuous, and it was constantly repairing itself. Therefore, it wasn't obvious just now. Perhaps it really was the true crystal marrow saliva, but this point already gave Yen Chutian hope. Upon realizing this, Yen Chutian didn't hide anything and immediately spoke to the surrounding crowd. What he said was that the true crystal marrow saliva's identity wasn't fake, but its level shouldn't be considered the true crystal marrow saliva. Otherwise, their attacks shouldn't have been able to damage the true crystal marrow saliva in the slightest. After all, the defensive power of the true crystal marrow saliva wasn't like that of the marrow beast, which was a level lower than its surface level. In other words, the marrow beast of the Tianfuging 6th floor was equivalent to a human cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, the true crystal marrow saliva wasn't like that. The defensive power of the true crystal marrow saliva was truly able to easily block the attacks of the Tianfuging 6th floor cultivators. Chapter 747. Upon hearing Yen Chutian's words, the seated disciples of the various factions immediately looked into the distance. Originally, they couldn't see anything, but after Yen Chutian's reminder, they vaguely sensed something when they looked over again. It seemed that the substance on the surface of the marrow beast was indeed different from the true crystal marrow saliva. This wasn't to say that the two were completely different, but that the substance on the surface of the marrow beast wasn't exactly the same as the rumored true crystal marrow saliva. Those who could appear here were all seated disciples of the various factions. Naturally, they weren't fools. It wasn't difficult for them to make the connection that the crystal marrow hidden in the dark had yet to reach grade 7. However, for some unknown reason, the crystal marrow saliva had still been derived from the true crystal marrow saliva by chance. It was also because of the grade of the crystal marrow that the true crystal marrow saliva derived from it wasn't the real deal, even though it wasn't weak. This difference didn't seem to be big, but to the crowd, it gave them great hope. If it was the real true crystal marrow saliva, none of them would dare to say that it was possible to break it. If even the true crystal marrow saliva couldn't break it, they naturally wouldn't be able to harm the marrow beast at all. However, the true crystal marrow saliva wasn't complete. Therefore, they might be able to find a flaw and break it if they worked together. As long as they could break the most troublesome true crystal marrow saliva, the crystal marrow king, which was originally the most troublesome, was nothing compared to it. With this thought in mind, the crowd couldn't help but look at Yen Chutian again. They didn't expect him to be the first to break free from the tremors and quickly find a flaw in the true crystal marrow saliva. With such a calm mind, coupled with his spiritual eye, as well as his talent in array Dao and cultivation, he was not lacking. It had to be said that at this moment, Yen Chutian had made many of the nearly 30 disciples from the various factions feel quite a bit of pressure. Naturally, Xiao Shan and He Ling didn't want to see such a scene. Therefore, the two of them hurriedly said a few words to break the atmosphere. It was reasonable for the two of them to say that they wanted to deal with the marrow beast as soon as possible. Therefore, the crowd followed their words and looked at the enormous marrow beast king. However, as their gazes converged, the marrow beast was clearly about to take the initiative to attack. The 4 pairs of fleshy wings on his back spread out, and the enormous aura that swept out was enough to oppress the cultivators on the Tianfuging 4th floor. Even they felt heavy pressure, and could not underestimate him. In other words, if the seated disciples of the various factions had not joined forces, even if they could gather the strength of the top-seated disciples of each faction, they would not be a match for the marrow beast. After all, apart from the near-complete true crystal marrow saliva, this essence beast had already reached the Tian-fuging 6th floor. Even though the marrow beast's strength couldn't be compared to human cultivators, the Tian-fuging 6th floor was equivalent to the 5th level of the Tian-fuging realm. He had suppressed all the disciples of the various bloodlines. Returning to the main topic, those 4 pairs of flesh wings shook, and an enormous pressure swept out. At the same time, wild and violent energy continued to gather within the marrow beast's mouth. Immediately, it wildly shot towards the densely packed seats of disciples. The pillar of light appeared, but in the blink of an eye, it pierced through space and appeared directly above the crowd's heads. Perhaps it was because of the previous conversation and shock, but the sudden attack of the marrow beast caught many disciples off guard. Even though it was almost instinctive, powerful spiritual energy continued to stack up, converging into defensive barriers. However, when the pillar of light descended, it directly pierced through many of the barriers. Immediately after, the pillar of light exploded, and an enormous energy ripple instantly spread out, instantly destroying the ground within a radius of nearly 100 feet and turning it into a complete mess. When the ripple of impact calmed down, although there were no seated disciples, they were severely injured or even eliminated. However, one could see that there were already a dozen people who were in a rather sorry state, and some were even injured. Almost all of the disciples present were the top-seated disciples of the various factions, so one could imagine their cultivation. Most of them had stepped into the Tian-fuging 4th floor. However, even so, many seated disciples of the Tian-fuging 4th floor were in a rather sorry state. One could imagine how powerful the marrow beast's attack was. However, in such a situation, there were 2 outliers who were extremely conspicuous. These 2 outliers were Yan Chutian and Yi Linlang of the Tianyang faction. To be honest, the 2 of them were only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Among the nearly 30 seated disciples of the various factions, they were already at the bottom. However, at this moment, they were not among the dozen or so disciples who were in a rather sorry state. As for Yan Chutian, at this moment, everyone could faintly accept him. After all, from the beginning, he had been showing off his astonishing strength. As for Yi Linlang of the Cloud Sky faction, he naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, even if they were not too sure about the former, they would not underestimate him. This was because, not to mention Yan Chutian, the way the Tianyang faction did things was that they would definitely not send a weakling to court humiliation. Therefore, it was likely that the other party also existed, and wasn't simple at all. At the same time, after the marrow beast's first attack failed, it instantly prepared for a second attack. Its right foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing the mountain range to tremble. Beams of light continued to shoot out of its mouth. Every energy pillar pierced through space, carrying enough power to kill a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm as it blasted towards the crowd. However, at this moment, everyone was already on high alert. Therefore, they had all intentionally dodged before the attacks landed. As such, the seated disciples of the various factions safely dodged the marrow beast's consecutive attack. After this, the seated disciples of the various factions could not continue to be beaten. Immediately, spirit fruits flew up and continuously bombarded the marrow beast's body with various kinds of attack. Even though the marrow crystal saliva covered the marrow beast's body, there were people who said that the marrow crystal saliva was not complete. Therefore, if they continuously bombarded the marrow crystal saliva with attacks, they might be able to find a loophole in the marrow crystal saliva, or even directly break through it. However, while the idea was good, under the continuous bombardment, the crowd stared at the mud that continued to ripple like waves without showing any signs of cracking. The expressions on their faces gradually turned ugly. Is the marrow crystal saliva really not complete? Why are our attacks completely ineffective? How can this be? Could it be that even if it's not complete, the marrow crystal saliva is already this powerful? Quite a number of seated disciples could not help but let out such cries of surprise at this moment. However, it was only because they did not know about the marrow crystal saliva. Anyone who had heard about it would know. If the marrow crystal saliva was truly complete, then no matter how they attacked it, the saliva would definitely not move at all. At this moment, the ripples that continued to ripple on the marrow crystal saliva was the best proof that the marrow crystal saliva was incomplete. However, there was one thing that was true. Even if the marrow crystal saliva was not complete, its defensive power was still extremely powerful. In the freezing sky faction, Lu Lianyi's beautiful eyes were fixed on the marrow beast's body. Gradually, she seemed to have discovered something and her eyes suddenly lit up. However, even she could not be certain. That was why she immediately told the crowd. Every time we attack, we will be able to slightly damage the marrow crystal saliva. However, the marrow crystal saliva seems to possess an extremely powerful recovery ability. This is extremely similar to our freezing sky faction's ice armor technique. Although Lu Lianyi did not say it clearly, the disciples of the various factions were not fools and could vaguely guess what she meant. If the marrow crystal saliva was not complete, then how could it possess such a terrifying recovery ability? Thus, there was only one possibility. The recovery ability of the marrow crystal saliva came from the outside world. In other words, the marrow beast itself was continuously providing the marrow crystal saliva to recover. If that was the case, then it was simple. As long as they continued to attack, they would be able to continuously deplete the marrow beast's strength. Once its energy was exhausted, the true crystal marrow saliva, or rather, the essence beast, would naturally be destroyed. When he heard Lu Lianyi's words, Yan Chutian did not say anything. This was because he did not deny that the marrow crystal saliva was depleted by the marrow beast itself. However, he did not think that the marrow beast would be so stupid. Even if it was only acting on instinct, it should not be so reckless as to deplete its own strength. Chapter 748. Based on Lu Lianyi's words, everyone was certain that the marrow beast king was constantly depleting its own energy in order to maintain the continuous recovery of the incomplete true crystal marrow saliva. Hence, in everyone's opinion, it was extremely easy to deal with the marrow beast king. As long as the marrow beast king exhausted its energy, the true crystal marrow saliva would naturally break through. In fact, if it exhausted its energy, there was no need to attack. Even the marrow beast king's body would collapse on its own. However, the seated disciples of the various factions knew that it was definitely not an easy task to exhaust the energy of the Tianfujing 6th floor's marrow beast. The marrow beast king was born from the fusion of crystal marrow qi. It was a type of energy life form. The energy stored within its body was extremely vast. However, they were not fools. Naturally, they would not go up and exhaust it. There were close to 30 seated disciples from the 7 factions. If they went up in batches and continuously exhausted the marrow beast king, they would eventually be able to exhaust it to death with the least amount of effort. With this thought in mind, the disciples of the various factions tacitly split into batches. In the end, the 7 factions split into 3 batches. The first batch was made up of the people from the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. They immediately stepped forward and rushed to the marrow beast king's side. Then, they continuously attacked. Their attacks continuously broke through the true crystal marrow saliva in an attempt to exhaust its energy as much as possible. When they had exhausted most of their energy, the first batch of disciples from the 2 factions stepped back. Clearly, it was time for the second batch of disciples to go up. The situation was the same as before. When the second batch of disciples had exhausted most of their energy, it was Yan Chutian's turn. He was from the Cloud Sky, Frigid Sky, and Blood Spirit factions. There was no need to say much about the Frigid Sky faction. After all, they had a cooperative relationship with the Cloud Sky faction. At this moment, by taking advantage of the current situation, they were almost completely united. As for the Blood Spirit faction, it was clearly because Yen Chutian had helped them fill in the huge hole when they were in the outside world. Therefore, at this moment, they involuntarily joined the former's batch. Yen Chutian was happy about this. He knew that the Blood Spirit faction was not ungrateful. However, what he paid the most attention to now was the Marrow Beast King. As he had thought before, he did not think that the Marrow Beast King would be so stupid as to allow them to exhaust its energy for no reason. Even if it only had its instincts, how could it not know that if it exhausted its energy, it would be in great danger? However, to exhaust the Marrow Beast King's strength. Therefore, even if he had doubts in his heart, Yen Chutian could only follow and exhaust the Marrow Beast King's strength faction's energy. To the Beast King to enter the Marrow Beast King, on Beast Sky a few disciples went up. To the Marrow Kings. They could vaguely see that after every attack, the true essence crystal essence saliva on the Marrow Beast's body would ripple longer and longer. And to Beast King to the crystal marrow to with it to recover as it to the Marrow Beast. The Beast to the Beast Spirit faction Lord to them. To with marrow to them all to beyond could to them to think to them to their. As long as they continued, they would definitely be able to exhaust the Marrow Beast King's strength. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian was speechless. He could only inwardly whisper, hoping that it was only his senses that were wrong. As it continued to be exhausted, everyone could clearly sense that the aura around the Marrow Beast was indeed becoming weaker and weaker. This gave them even more hope. Victory was right in front of them. However, at this moment, the Marrow Beast King suddenly made a strange move. Its tail, which was covered in bone spikes, rose high into the air, and then smashed into the ground. Everyone did not understand what was going on at first. However, when they saw its tail smashing deep into the ground, they realized that there was a rich crystal essence aura flowing along its tail and flowing into its enormous body. The seated disciples from the various factions seemed to have realized something. Yen Chutian suddenly realized what was going on. His suspicions were actually true. The reason why the Marrow Beast King dared to exhaust its strength in such a manner was because there was a large amount of crystal essence in the depths of the earth, including the quasi-grade 7 crystal essence saliva on its body. As long as it was exhausted, the Marrow Beast King could directly absorb the crystal essence energy in the depths of the earth. As a matter of fact, not to mention Yen Chutian, everyone who saw this instantly understood what was going on. Once they understood, how could their expressions be pleasant? If the Marrow Beast King was allowed to recover in such a manner, all of their previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, in the next moment, the disciples of the various factions, including Yen Chutian, moved together. They could not watch the Marrow Beast King recover so easily. However, the Marrow Beast King was not afraid in the face of the rioting crowd. It slowly lifted its ferocious beast head, and an even greater amount of energy gathered in its mouth than before. In the next moment, the Marrow Beast King opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, energy pillars shot out in all directions. If it had been before, the seated disciples of the various factions would have been able to easily block them. However, after exhausting the Marrow Beast King's strength, they had also been exhausted. Under such circumstances, the result was obvious. Under such an impact, several people were unable to withstand it and were blasted away by the pillars of light, smashing heavily into the ground. Even though there were people who could charge through the pillars of light, the Marrow Beast King was still not afraid. Its wings flapped, and a berserk aura wreaked havoc. At the same time, its 2 giant palms were like 2 mountains as they ruthlessly tore apart the space in front of it and smashed towards the approaching figures. Boom! The Marrow Beast King's strength was simply too great. Even if there was some resistance, they were still smashed into the ground below like cannonballs. As the rumble sounded, it was clear that there were only a dozen or so people who were still standing in the air. In other words, half of the seated disciples had been injured by the Marrow Beast King in the span of a few breaths. At the same time, the Marrow Beast King's strength seemed to have more or less recovered. Its giant tail, which was covered with bone spikes, slowly pulled out from the depths of the ground. When it pulled out, an extremely rich crystal marrow aura could be clearly felt from the giant hole. However, the hole was quickly covered by the Marrow Beast King. Clearly, the Marrow Beast King was cunning and did not want its crystal marrow to be exposed. However, such an action was no different from giving away 300 taels of silver. Although nearly half of the seated disciples who had crashed into the ground miserably were not seriously injured, it was true that they had been injured. Most importantly, the seated disciples of the various factions had been greatly exhausted. However, after being exhausted, the Marrow Beast King's strength had been replenished. As a result, the current situation was extremely bad for the disciples of the 7 branches. They did not dare to act recklessly now. Otherwise, if the Marrow Beast King recovered like before, it would be no different from exhausting their strength. If this continued, the already terrible situation would only get worse and worse. Even though none of the seated disciples from the various factions said anything, the atmosphere of being at a loss swiftly spread amongst everyone. At the same time, many people thought that if these seated disciples were to fail at this moment, he was afraid that once he went out, his prestige would plummet. Even if they did not say anything on the surface, they would definitely ridicule them for their incompetence in secret. While everyone was in a state of panic, they looked at the Marrow Beast King and Yan Chutian at its feet. Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something. However, even though he had thought of something, he did not immediately speak. This was because the idea in his heart was also risky. However, when he saw that no one dared to speak, or even make a move, even though he knew that his idea was risky, he had no choice but to speak. "Everyone, I may have a way to deal with it." Yan Chutian's words were truly earth-shattering, instantly attracting the gazes of all the seated disciples. Perhaps it was because Yan Chutian had turned the tide earlier, but there was no obvious doubt in the gazes that looked towards him. Instead, there was only a little bit of disbelief. This was understandable. After all, even if the other party was indeed extraordinary, it would still be unbelievable if he said that he had a way to deal with such a desperate situation. Chapter 749. In the depths of the mountain range, the Marrow Beast King's 4 pairs of wings were raised high. An extremely violent aura spread out, tearing apart the surrounding space. It was hard to imagine that this Marrow Beast had been constantly fighting against the disciples of the various factions. At the same time, dozens of feet away, the disciples of the various factions had already fixed their gazes on Yan Chutian's body. Originally, they were already at a loss of what to do, so when they heard that the former had a way to deal with it, how could they not look over? However, even if the disciples of the various factions knew about Yan Chutian's previous performance and knew that he could not be looked at with ordinary eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Among them, the Tianyang and Kongtong factions were the most prosperous. In Tianyang's faction, Xiao Shan immediately sneered and said directly, "This marrow beast can absorb the power of the crystal marrow deep in the earth." In other words, even if the crystal marrow essence on the surface of its body is not complete, it can completely recover continuously. If that is the case, even if we gather all of our attacks, we will not be able to hurt its body at all. What other way can you deal with it? Under Xiao Shan's words, He Ling in the Kongtong faction also ridiculed and echoed, not hiding his hostility towards Yan Chutian. In the outside world, it was just a coincidence that he walked into the field of array Dao, which is what he is good at. Don't tell me you think that you can use your array Dao attainments to deal with this marrow beast of the Tianfuging 6th floor in front of you. Xiao Shan and He Ling echoed each other. Although the surrounding people could hear that the two were deliberately targeting each other, it was undeniable that even they did not think that Yan Chutian really had a way to deal with it. However, it wasn't that there was no one protecting Yan Chutian. For example, Shuer. At this moment, she had already stood up while panting with rage. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with anger immediately shot towards Xiao Shan and He Ling. Even Mu Yi took a small step forward at this moment. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yan Chutian at this time, he chose to believe the former. This was because after a period of contact, he had already seen that Yan Chutian was not the kind of person who would boast. In other words, as long as it was something he said, he would definitely have a certain degree of confidence. At the same time, Yan Chutian seemed to have expected He Ling and Xiao Shan's mockery. Hence, he did not even look at the two of them and directly continued speaking. My method is to secretly set up a formation. This marrow beast needs to use its tail to replenish its energy from the marrow crystals in the depths of the earth. Then, I'll secretly set up a formation in this layer of earth. When it wants to draw energy from the depths of the earth again, I'll immediately activate it. However, before Yan Chutian's voice sounded, He Ling's mocking laughter was heard. It was even clearer than before and resounded in the area. Haha, I thought you were going to say something else. So it's still the array Dao. Let's not talk about whether or not the formation you set up can hide from the perception of the marrow beast. Even if you manage to fool it, are you confident that you can stop this marrow beast from absorbing the power of the marrow crystals from the depths of the earth with a single formation? Although He Ling kept finding trouble with Yan Chutian, he had to admit that what he said was what everyone was most concerned about and worried about. However, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. He directly raised his gaze and looked in He Ling's direction as he slowly replied. Although my formation cannot seriously injure it, it should be able to stop it for a few breaths of time. It might even be able to injure it. Even if it is only a few breaths of time, our combined strength should be enough to seriously injure this marrow beast. Yan Chutian's reply was extremely clear and reasonable, causing He Ling to have nothing to say. In the end, he could only narrow his eyes and coldly say, "Nonsense. I want to see how many people will take this risk with you." As soon as he finished speaking, He Ling had already turned his gaze to the surroundings. He did not deny that the other party's words were reasonable. Even he felt that it was feasible and had nothing to say. However, the most important problem was that even if it was feasible, the risks involved were similarly extremely huge. The simplest problem was that the so-called formation he had set up would not be able to stop the marrow beast from absorbing energy. At that time, everyone who joined forces to attack would become extremely dangerous. At that time, not only would they not be able to take the opportunity to break the true crystal marrow saliva and seriously injure the marrow beast, but they might even be seriously injured by the marrow beast. Being seriously injured by the marrow beast at such a time was not a small problem. It was extremely likely that the marrow beast would take advantage of the situation to shatter their nameplates and blast them out of this desert world. At that time, even the disciples under him would be eliminated. The chaotic origin Heavenlock formation that was still in a stalemate outside would immediately collapse. It was because he knew this that He Ling had said such words. He believed that there were not many people present who would take the risk with Yan Chutian. After all, no one would be willing to place all their hopes on a stranger. The situation was just as He Ling had expected. After he swept his gaze around, he could clearly see that the eyes of many disciples were flickering. Clearly, they were all hesitating in their hearts. Yan Chutian was very clear about the reason for their hesitation, but there was no time to hesitate now. Otherwise, if the marrow beast continued to attack, it would only become more and more difficult to counterattack. Therefore, he could only hurriedly speak again. I believe that everyone knows the name of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation. Before Yan Chutian's voice faded, the bodies of the surrounding people suddenly trembled slightly. Clearly, they were like Yan Chutian and knew the name of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation. In fact, not only did they know the name of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, but they were also very familiar with it. It was just that they found it hard to imagine. Could it be that what the other party wanted to set up was the heavenly origin demon sealing formation? But how was that possible? They knew the name of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation and naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to set up. Even among the 10 disciples of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, only Yen Yuan and Chen Yang could possibly set it up. Could it be that the other party could also set up the heavenly origin demon sealing formation? Yan Chutian had expected the reaction of the surrounding people, so he hurriedly took advantage of the situation and continued, I can set up the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, and the power of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation is extremely strong, especially against spirit beasts. Therefore, even if there is a huge gap between me and the spirit beast, the heavenly origin demon sealing formation should be able to seal it more or less for a few breaths of time. At this point, Yan Chutian had nothing else to say. He did not deny that relying on the heavenly origin demon sealing formation was risky. However, there was no other way. After all, the current situation was extremely terrible. If someone else had a better method, he would raise both hands in agreement. However, the problem was that everyone else was at their wits' end. And if the others were still indifferent to it, he, Yan Chutian, wouldn't force it either. At worst, they would all fail in the end and escape with their own abilities. Therefore, the atmosphere between the heavens and earth was strangely deadlocked. Everyone was still doubtful. On one hand, they were worried about the risk of failure, and on the other hand, the reputation of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation was not small, and it gave them quite a bit of hope. But under such a deadlock, not a single person spoke up. This caused Yan Chutian's disappointment to grow unceasingly. However, just as he was feeling a little disappointed, Lu Lianyi, who was beside Cher, suddenly opened her red lips and said, If you can really set up the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, then the freezing sky faction is willing to take a gamble. Lu Lianyi's words were like an opening. Soon, Luo Yu gently stepped out from the mysterious spirit faction and slowly opened her mouth. The profound spirit faction is also willing to take a gamble. Then, the blood spirit faction also spoke. At this point, there were already 4 factions that agreed. And these 4 factions had already surpassed half of the 7 factions present. The only ones left were the Tianyang and Kongtong factions that had always opposed Yan Chutian, as well as the Overlord Sword faction that was very similar to the Celestial Formation faction and was also in a neutral position. However, at this moment, from the 4 people from the Tianyang faction, a voice of agreement suddenly sounded. I, Yi Linlang, also agree with Junior Brother's risk. When these words were spoken, Xiao Shan's expression naturally became extremely ugly. He could never have imagined that even before the Hegemon Sword's bloodline, the Heavenly Sun bloodline would be the first to make such a move. However, he did not expect that after Yi Linlang spoke, Sun Yuan would also speak. Since Junior Brother Yen of the Cloud Sky faction has grasped the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, then my Tianyang faction might as well take a gamble. Chapter 750. Sun Yuan Yu. Xiao Shan's already ugly expression instantly turned even uglier when he heard the faint laughter of the green-robed figure behind him. He never would have thought that in such a short period of time, there were already 2 people from the Tianyang faction who were against him, accounting for half of the people. But it shouldn't be like this. The suppression of the Cloud Sky faction was secretly transmitted by the higher-up. Even if they didn't get along with him, they definitely wouldn't go against the will of the higher-up. At the same time, the green-robed figure called Sun Yuan couldn't help but look over at Xiao Shan's shock. His handsome face was filled with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. Although this made Xiao Shan feel even more humiliated, he faintly thought of something and quickly stopped his expression. Actually, at this moment, Xiao Shan suddenly realized that his insistence on ridiculing and attacking was an extremely stupid act. Even though he was able to speak quickly, it was of no use at all. In that case, he might as well go with the flow and directly agree with the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. In this way, if the former succeeded, his Tianyang faction would also be a meritorious contributor and wouldn't be pushed aside. If the former failed, then he could still continue to make things difficult for him. Xiao Shan also understood that he had been blinded by the enmity between him and the other party and did not think of this for a moment. However, since he had thought of it now, he naturally would not continue to argue. Instead, he directly restrained his aura and did not say anything. At the same time, He Ling from the Kong Tong faction was the same. He no longer spoke and remained silent. When they saw the two's different reactions, the gazes of the many disciples in the surrounding seats were extremely strange. Some of them looked as if they were looking at a clown. Sensing these gazes, Xiao Shan and He Ling felt humiliated in their hearts. They silently blamed all of this on Yan Chutian. In their hearts, they were all thinking that as long as the other party failed, they would be able to immediately get back at them for the embarrassment they were in now. At the same time, his gaze swept across He Ling and Xiao Shan. How could Yan Chutian not understand what they were thinking? However, compared to them, what he paid more attention to was Yi Linlang and Sun Yuan. Although the two of them didn't seem to be hostile on the surface, the meaning of their words was as if they were waiting to see a good show. He had no feelings towards Sun Yuan, but Yi Linlang still made him take another look. It seemed that this fellow, who originally had no enmity with him, was finally standing on the opposite side today. Actually, when he thought about it, he should have understood long ago. As long as it was a disciple of the Tianyang bloodline, how could they be friendly to the Cloud Sky bloodline? The relationship between the two factions had long been extremely bad. Knowing what the two of them were thinking, Yan Chutian didn't pretend to be polite and nodded lightly as an answer. Even Tianyang's bloodline had taken the initiative to agree. Needless to say, the Kongtong's bloodline and the Hegemon Sword's bloodline were even more so. In the end, everyone present stood on Yan Chutian's side. But of course, this was only because of the situation. If it were not because of this unique situation, then even if Cher's line of freezing sky was present, it would be impossible for them to truly walk down the same path as Yun Tian. But for now it was already enough. Since all the factions agreed to his idea, Yan Chutian would not be polite in his command. He immediately ordered the disciples of the various factions to attack and disturb the marrow beast. As for himself, he had snuck into the darkness by himself. While everyone was locked in battle with the marrow beast, he quietly executed his own methods. However, Yan Chutian's actions seemed to be a little too silent. Even the disciples of the various factions found it difficult to detect his existence. While some felt that Yan Chutian was truly extraordinary, others snorted in disdain at this sight. Pretending to be mysterious. I'd like to see how he will explain himself to us when his so-called methods fail. Within the Tianyang bloodline, Xiao Shan still did not hide his anger. However, when he heard his words, Sun Yuan could not help but smile strangely. He suddenly said, "I feel that he might succeed." Sun Yuan's words caused Xiao Shan's expression to change. At this time, Sun Yuan should not need to say anything nice. Did he really believe that Yen Yun would be able to turn the tide again? At the same time, Yi Linlang did not pay attention to what was going on between the two. He only stared at the corner where Yan Chutian had disappeared. In the beginning, his plan was extremely simple. He would find the other party and directly defeat and eliminate him. However, the other party's shocking actions time and time again made it impossible for him to underestimate the other party. Therefore, in his opinion, if the other party was really able to turn the tide once again, then perhaps he should also consider this matter from a long-term perspective. After all, regardless of how much his reputation would rise if he turned the tide again. Even if he did not have any reputation, Yi Linlang already believed that the other party was definitely not an easy opponent. Everything would depend on the result. Roar! The marrow beast did not have intelligence, even if it could be considered the king of the marrow beasts. Therefore, it did not use any fancy tricks when it attacked. Instead, it continuously used its powerful strength to attack the crowd. However, even if the disciples of the various factions still had a plan, they could not fight the marrow beast head-on like before. This was because the marrow beast was the one who was replenished, not them. As a result, the disciples of the various factions were in a rather sorry state. They were almost completely suppressed by the marrow beast. Fortunately, there were close to 30 disciples of the various factions. Therefore, even though they were in a sorry state, they were still able to exhaust the marrow beast's strength with great difficulty. Therefore, even if they had to spend more time, at a certain moment, the true crystal marrow saliva on the surface of the marrow beast's body began to ripple. Everyone looked over and saw the marrow beast raise its huge tail covered in bone spikes high into the air. Then, it abruptly smashed towards the ground. When it smashed into the ground, everyone originally thought that something would happen. However, apart from the sound of the marrow beast's huge tail piercing into the ground, there was no other strange movement. This situation immediately caused the expressions of the disciples of the various factions to change slightly. In fact, it even turned ugly. They had already done as the other party said, and even more energy had been wasted by the marrow beast for nothing. Could it be that the other party's words were really just arrogant words? The situation before him allowed Xiao Shan's originally repressed emotions to suddenly be released. He knew that the other party had thought too highly of him. Even if his array skills weren't low, how could he compare to Yen Yuan of the Sky Array faction? However, even Yen Yuan couldn't seal the marrow beast in front of him and absorb the power of the marrow crystal marrow from the depths of the earth. Yi Linlang also looked at the scene before him. Although this meant that they had failed to conquer the marrow crystal mountains, it also made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. This also meant that the other party had not yet grown to a level that even he could not imagine. He had tolerated Luo Yu and Yen Shui. After all, one had a great backing, while the other had extremely high intelligence and aptitude. However, if it was Yen Chutian, he would not accept it no matter what. The former should not be able to compare to him in any aspect. Since the other party had failed, the next step would be simple. As long as he took the opportunity to make things difficult for them, the various factions would humiliate them and chase them out of the Sky Desert realm. However, it was a pity that they had to give up on the Marrow Crystal Mountains for the time being. However, just as everyone felt that they had already lost and were looking at the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction with extremely dissatisfied and even angry gazes, the Marrow Beast, which should have been happily absorbing the power of the Marrow Crystal Marrow from the depths of the earth, suddenly let out a strange sound. The Marrow Beast suddenly stomped on the ground, its barbaric strength shattering the earth. Only then did it raise its huge tail, which was covered in bone spikes. When it raised its tail, it was clearly visible that the Marrow Beast's huge tail, which should have been dozens of feet long, had been cut in half. Although there was no blood dripping from the huge cut on its tail, an aura similar to the power of the Marrow Crystal Marrow was rapidly dissipating into the surrounding area. Roar! The Marrow Beast's painful roar resounded throughout the area. It was this painful roar that caused the expressions of the disciples of the various factions to freeze, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 751. When the seated disciples of the various factions heard the extremely painful roar of the Marrow Beast, an expression as though they had seen a ghost appeared on the faces of every single one of them. Just a moment ago, they thought that once the Marrow Beast absorbed the power of the Marrow Crystal, they would have no choice but to flee. However, Just as a few of them were preparing to flee, the marrow beast unexpectedly cut such a sorry figure in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Even though they were seated disciples and were leaders among the bronze plate disciples of the various factions, many of them could not suppress the shock in their hearts and exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, He Ling and Xiao Shan, who were watching this scene, were also shocked. Immediately after, a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew that there must be a reason why the marrow beast was suddenly injured and in such a sorry state. Apart from the guy who had boasted shamelessly in their eyes, they really could not think of anyone else. As if to confirm the premonition in their hearts, in the next moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared from the darkness. Without any hesitation, the figure immediately pressed down with his palm. Along with the palm, monstrous spiritual energy surged and constantly intertwined in the sky. Finally, it turned into a giant palm of spiritual energy that rumbled and descended. As for this figure, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? When they saw Yan Chutian's face clearly, the disciples of the various factions were even more shocked. They could not imagine that the other party was not just stopping the marrow beast from absorbing the power of the marrow crystal. He was clearly taking the opportunity to severely injure the marrow beast and even cut off its tail. Although they were greatly shocked, they were not fools. They took advantage of this opportunity to continuously attack, even if it consumed a large amount of their spiritual energy. This was because they knew very well that they would never have such a good opportunity again. If they did not seize this opportunity to defeat the marrow beast in one fell swoop and let it breathe, the situation would continue to worsen. While the seated disciples of the various factions were crazily attacking, Yan Chutian, who had pressed down with his palm, quickly retreated. He did not even look to see if his attack could do anything to the marrow beast. To be able to achieve such an unexpected level, even if luck was a factor, of course, it was also because he had done his best. He was very satisfied with the power of the heavenly origin demon sealing formation, but one could imagine the price he would have to pay to set it up. Not to mention, it was at such a critical juncture. Only when he had retreated to a sufficient distance did Yan Chutian turn around to look at the marrow beast while silently circulating his profound yang qi. After observing for a moment, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although the essence beast still had some remaining power, it shouldn't be a problem if this continued. What happened next was just as Yan Chutian had expected. Even though the marrow beast managed to hold on for a long time with its remaining strength, it was ultimately exhausted by the combined efforts of everyone. Now that its power was exhausted, the incomplete true crystal marrow saliva went without saying. Under the combined efforts of everyone, it was completely destroyed and continuously torn apart. Once the true crystal marrow saliva was broken, the marrow beast's body was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Having been severely injured, the originally arrogant marrow beast immediately panicked. However, even if it only had instinct, it knew that there was no way it could escape. The only chance it had was the crystal marrow under its feet. Therefore, in an instant, it stomped heavily on the ground, creating a huge crack. Its huge body suddenly leaped toward the crack, obviously wanting to use the crack to rush into the depths of the earth and absorb the power of the crystal marrow. However, how could the disciples of the various factions not understand its intention? As such, they immediately unleashed their own spirit art. Almost in an instant, dozens of powerful spirit arts descended one after another, bombarding the frantically escaping body of the marrow beast. Boom! A deafening boom resounded as energy ripples spread out, destroying the surrounding land into a complete mess. The roar lasted for a few breaths before gradually subsiding. When the roar stopped, the dust stirred up slowly dissipated. Everyone could clearly see that the huge marrow beast's body was gradually dissipating. However, as the marrow beast's huge body continued to dissipate, it did not calm down. Instead, An extremely rich crystal marrow aura shot up to the sky from the bottom of the marrow beast's body. At this moment, even though the disciples of the various factions were injured, they could not care less about their own injuries. They hurriedly looked at the source of the crystal marrow aura that shot up to the sky. Yan Chutian was naturally attracted by the crystal marrow aura that shot up to the sky. He could imagine that the quasi-grade 7 crystal marrow was the source of this rich aura. However, at the same time that he sensed the soaring aura, he also caught a glimpse of the true crystal marrow saliva that remained after the marrow beast disappeared. Although the true crystal marrow saliva was already broken, it should still have decent defensive abilities if it was refined. Even if it could not have the same defensive and recovery abilities as before, it would be extremely difficult for a cultivator from the Tianfuging 4th floor or even the 5th floor to injure it. Of course, he would not be polite to this thing. While everyone was attracted by the rich crystal marrow aura, he quickly reached out and grabbed the broken true crystal marrow saliva. Of course, it was not that no one noticed his actions. For example, To Cher, Big Brother Yen was more important than anything else. However, even if she saw it, she would pretend not to see it. At the same time, although the disciples of the various factions were attracted by the crystal marrow aura that shot up to the sky, they could guess what the source was. However, even if they knew, no one dared to act rashly. This was because everyone knew that this was the result of the combined forces of the various factions. If anyone dared to fight for it, they would be going against the various factions. However, going against the various factions was something that no one dared to think about. After all, the combined forces of the various factions could even kill the marrow beast of the Tianfuging 6th floor. Among them, no one believed that they had the strength to compare to the marrow beast of the Tianfuging 6th floor. Therefore, the disciples of the various factions glanced at each other in tacit agreement. No one dared to act rashly, and instead, they quietly recovered. However, even while they were recovering, the disciples of the various factions did not stop exchanging glances. Not long after, everyone began to converse with each other. While they were talking, they also divided the crystal essences of the source of the aura in front of them. In fact, this division was the simplest. Including the Heavenly Array faction, the 8 factions would divide it equally. This kind of division was the simplest and fairest. Yan Chutian had nothing to say about this. After all, the 8 factions all contributed. If they really wanted to divide the crystal marrow according to contribution, how could they divide it clearly? They might as well divide it directly, which was both fair and simple. Since they had decided to divide it equally, the disciples of the various factions naturally did not hesitate. They immediately stepped forward and rushed to the crack in the ground where the crystal marrow aura was coming from. Then, the disciples of the various factions worked together and used their spiritual energy to penetrate the ground and open the entrance. After a while, when everyone rushed out from the depths of the ground, it was obvious that there were extra crystal marrows in each of their hands. The only pity was that even though the quasi-7th grade crystal marrow was not small, the disciples of the various factions could only get a little. Moreover, it seemed that the quasi-7th grade crystal marrow's energy had been absorbed by the crystal marrow beast. Therefore, the originally abundant crystal marrow was now rather dim. However, even so, the value of the quasi-7th grade crystal marrow could not be ignored. It was a quasi-5th grade crystal marrow that had given him the opportunity to break through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. The quasi-7th grade crystal marrow, even if it was only an incomplete portion, was enough to imagine its value. Of course, this value should be used more for the opportunity. After all, it was only an incomplete quasi-7th grade crystal marrow. Even if its grade was extremely high, it could not contain such a huge amount of crystal marrow power. Since the final crystal marrow beast king had been killed, the disciples of the various factions naturally would not stay any longer. They immediately turned around and rushed back. Since the crystal marrow beast king had been killed, it was time to wipe out the other crystal marrow beasts outside one by one. The existence of the quasi-7th grade crystal marrow made many of them excited. After all, who could guarantee that there would not be quasi-7th grade crystal marrows in other places in such a huge crystal marrow mountain range? Even if there was no quasi-7th grade crystal marrow, a 6th grade or even 5th grade crystal marrow was enough to make them excited. Chapter 752. In the mountain range, the vast tide of marrow beasts was still in a standoff with the disciples of the various factions. Due to the existence of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation, the two sides were at an indescribable equilibrium. However, everyone knew that this was only a temporary stalemate. As time continued to pass, the balance would eventually be broken. Before the equilibrium was broken, it would depend on whether the geniuses of the various factions who had entered the depths of the mountain range could kill the Marrow Beast King and return safely. In this stalemate, time always passed extremely slowly. Moreover, the longer the stalemate, the more pressure the disciples of the various factions felt, even though there were many of them. At this time, loud rumbling noises continued to resound from the depths of the mountain range. Although they were here, they could only sense the aftermath of the commotion in the depths of the mountain range. However, this did not stop the crowd from becoming increasingly tense as the aftershocks of the commotion spread. This was because the result of the commotion in the depths of the mountain range also meant the result of everyone here. Although there were two battlefields, the result was already tied to a line. As the aftershocks of the huge commotion continued to spread, the tense crowd did not even notice how much time had passed. They only knew that after what seemed like a century, the faint commotion from the depths of the mountain range finally subsided. However, just like before, the calming of the commotion did not calm the crowd. Instead, it became even more solemn. Everyone had a premonition that the results would be revealed in the next few days. However, this did not surprise the disciples of the various factions. After a few breaths, quite a large commotion came from the depths of the mountain range. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that what appeared from the depths of the mountain range was not an unpredictable Marrow Beast King, but the geniuses of the various factions who had entered the mountain range. Seeing that, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they revealed expressions of joy on their faces. This scene meant that the combined forces of the various factions had finally succeeded in conquering the Crystal Essence mountain range. The ones who appeared from the depths of the mountain range were naturally Yen Chutian and the others. As soon as they appeared, they did not hesitate to kill the marrow beasts that had been sealed by the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation until they could not move. As the marrow beasts continued to die, the disciples maintaining the array formation naturally felt much more relaxed. There were even some disciples who didn't need to use their spirit energy anymore. Instead, they were able to free up their hands and follow the disciples in their respective seats to kill the large group of marrow beasts sealed by the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the marrow beasts that were originally everywhere in the mountains were all gone. In less than a quarter of an hour, the last marrow beast completely disappeared from the world. When the last marrow beast died, the disciples of the various factions couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Undisguised joy appeared on each of their faces. Not long ago, the mountains were filled with marrow beasts. It was as if they were in a hopeless situation. Hence, they had never expected that they would be able to kill all the marrow beasts that filled the mountains. Naturally, they would not forget that it was the Sky Array faction who had proposed the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation. At the same time, they would not forget that although it was the Tianyang faction who had proposed the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation, who had turned the tide and made up for the flaws in the array formation, allowing the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation to truly take shape? For a time, countless gazes filled with reverence looked towards Yen Chutian from all over the world. In fact, other than the ordinary disciples, the disciples with seats gradually looked towards the former's figure with astonishment. These disciples with seats were the prides of the various factions who had entered the depths of the mountain range with Yen Chutian to kill the Marrow Beast King. This was because they knew that the other party had not only turned the tide outside and ensured the formation of the Chaos Origin Heavenlock formation in the depths of the mountain range, he had also used his own strength to injure the Marrow Beast King and prevent it from absorbing the power of the crystal essence from the depths of the earth. This had allowed them to break through the Marrow Beast King's defenses and truly kill it. If it had been one of the top prides of the various factions, perhaps they would have been able to accept it easily. However, when the other party was Yen Chutian, a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction who had just entered the third layer of the Heaven Palace stage, they naturally found it somewhat hard to believe. However, no matter how hard it was to believe, they knew that this was the truth. The truth was the truth, and there was no room for refutation. Now that the Crystal Essence Mountains had been conquered, the temporary cooperation between the 8 factions had also come to an end. After the various factions had quickly reorganized themselves, the upper echelons of each faction gathered together and began to compete for their own benefit. As for the benefits of this competition, it was naturally the territories that each faction could occupy in the Crystal Essence Mountains. Yen Chutian was not very interested in such a competition of benefit. Moreover, he knew that Mu Yi was better at such things. Therefore, during the competition, he quietly sat cross-legged to the side and closed his eyes to rest, paying attention to the movements around him. In fact, apart from being uninterested in the competition of benefits, Yen Chutian also knew that because of his performance, even the Tianyang faction would not be able to find an excuse to exploit the Cloud Sky faction. After listening, the results were indeed as he had expected. As a result, under such a competition of interests, their Cloud Sky lineage had vaguely occupied an extremely large amount of land. Yen Chutian was well aware that if he had not turned the tide twice, the Tianyang faction would not have watched as the Cloud Sky faction occupied such a large and juicy piece of meat. Because of him, even if they were unwilling, they could only do so in secret. After all, he had turned the tide twice, making it impossible for them to voice any objections. However, Yen Chutian was also well aware that the Tianyang faction and the Cloud Sky faction would never truly reconcile. In other words, the situation today would only make them hate the Cloud Sky faction even more. Next time, if he was able to grasp the opportunity, he would definitely launch a barrage of attacks at him. But even so, he, Yen Chutian, would not be afraid. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to recover, the chances of the Tianyang faction would only become smaller and smaller. Once he completely recovered, even the Tianyang faction would not dare to casually oppress the Cloud Sky faction like before. After a while, the competition of benefits between the 8 factions came to an end. After it ended, the disciples of the various factions, under the leadership of the disciples in the seats, occupied mountain after mountain and began to search for the crystal essence hidden in the depths of the earth. At such a time, Yen Chutian would not be polite. He immediately led his disciples to occupy the mountains with the densest crystal essence auras and began to search quickly. At this moment, the dozens of bronze plate disciples following Yen Chutian could not help but feel that they were extremely lucky. Even Lu Xiong no longer looked at Yen Chutian with an enigmatic gaze from before. Instead, it was filled with reverence. To put it simply, this world worshipped the strong after all. And Yen Chutian had completely subdued Lu Xiong with his astonishing performance time and time again. However, Yen Chutian did not care about this. The current him no longer cared about people like Lu Xiong. Moreover, at this moment, he did not have the time to care. Since he had helped his disciples occupy so many treasured lands, he had to fight for his own benefit. After working so hard for so long, it was naturally time to reap the rewards. Without waiting for an explanation, Yen Chutian had already opened his spirit eye slightly. His perceptions swept out quickly, including the mountains under his feet. Even without using his spirit eye, he could sense the extremely dense crystal essence auras on these mountains. However, he could not occupy all of them. At most, he could occupy 1 or 2 places with the densest crystal essence auras. With the power of his spirit eye, Yen Chutian naturally locked onto them in a few breaths of time. After locking onto his target, he immediately descended. After descending to the top of one of the mountains, he directly transformed his spiritual energy into a sharp blade and abruptly slashed at the mountain top. With a seemingly light touch, the mountain top was cut open by Yen Chutian's spiritual energy blade. After the mountain top was cut open, an incomparably dense crystal essence aura suddenly soared into the sky. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the various factions in other directions. Chapter 753. Sensing the soaring aura of the crystal marrow, the disciples of the various factions couldn't help but look envious. This was because, although they had sensed quite a few rich auras of marrow crystals during their search, none of them had reached such a level. At this moment, even many of the seated disciples from the various factions looked over, revealing undisguised yearning. This was especially true for the seated disciples who had entered the depths of the mountain range with Yen Chutian and killed the Marrow Beast King. They could clearly estimate that the source of the crystal marrow aura was likely a 6th-grade crystal marrow. However, even though they yearned for it, they quickly restrained their expressions. After all, no matter how much they yearned for it, it was impossible for the crystal marrow to become theirs. Rather than wasting time, they might as well search more carefully. Perhaps they might not be able to find a crystal marrow of a high grade at some point in time. At the same time, in front of the mountain, he sensed the rich crystal marrow aura that was constantly rising from the mountain he had cut open. A hint of uncontrollable joy quickly appeared on Yen Chutian's face. The spiritual eye had never disappointed him. There was clearly a crystal marrow hidden in the depths of the mountain, and there were already 6 lumps of crystal marrow inside. Although the lumps of crystal marrow at the end were obviously smaller and dimmer, it was still a crystal marrow. However, this also meant that this was a quasi-rank 6 crystal marrow. It sounded like a quasi-6th-grade crystal marrow was a whole level lower than a quasi-7th-grade crystal marrow. However, Yen Chutian knew very well that this quasi-6th-grade crystal marrow was enough to make a 5th-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator envious. More importantly, although he had also received a quasi-7th-grade crystal marrow, it was only an incomplete corner. Speaking of which, the power contained in it might not even be comparable to the complete quasi-6th-grade crystal marrow in his hand. It was also because of this quasi-6th-grade crystal marrow that Yen Chutian had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. As for breaking through to the Tianfuging 4th floor, he didn't think about it. After all, it was still a little close to his last breakthrough. Yen Chutian didn't want his foundation to be unstable because of his haste for success. Otherwise, he would rather not have obtained these high-quality crystal essences and instead rely on the low-quality crystal essences to polish and accumulate them bit by bit. After keeping the crystal essence in this mountain, Yen Chutian did not continue the search. Instead, he handed these mountains over to his disciples. The dozens of disciples who understood his meaning were pleasantly surprised. This was because they had all witnessed the scene of Yen Chutian finding a high-grade crystal marrow. Their chief disciple was able to find such a high-grade marrow crystal in this mountain. Then, could there still be some of them in the remaining mountains? At the same time, the disciples of all the branches were busy searching for essence crystals in the Crystal Marrow Mountain range. This kind of search naturally caused some people to be pleasantly surprised while others were worried. However, most of them were happy. After all, this Crystal Marrow Mountain range could contain a large number of marrow beasts. There was even a Marrow Beast King that was about to break through to the Tianfuging 7th floor. It was not hard to imagine how massive the amount of crystal marrow inside would be. The vigorous search of the various branches lasted for 2 full days before it came to an end one after another. As the search came to an end, the various branches also left one after another. After all, they had only eaten their fill. It would take a lot of time for them to truly digest the essence crystals. However, the various branches, which no longer had a cooperative relationship with each other, would not rest assured about digesting the essence crystals in front of any of them. After all, the various branches were in a competitive relationship at the moment. It would be too foolish to think that a cooperation or two would lead to eternal peace. The various bloodlines left one after another. As a result, it was time for Shui and Yan Chutian to part again. Cher was naturally reluctant to part with him. She was even unwilling to part with him. It was only thanks to Yan Chutian's continuous persuasion that she managed to restrain her emotions and leave with Lu Liani. Yan Chutian did not feel sad because of being separated from Shui when she saw the departing figures of those from the lineage of Freezing Sky. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief because she knew that Shui was living a good life in the lineage of Freezing Sky. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also followed Mu Yi's footsteps, because Cloud Sky's branch had also finished their repairs and was about to leave the Crystal Marrow Mountain range that had been completely plundered. Yan Chutian's status in Cloud Sky's branch was now equal to Mu Yi and Zhang Yan's. In fact, it might even be higher. This was because all the disciples had already learned from Mu Yi that Yan Chutian had managed to turn the tide against the Marrow Beast King once again. Even Zhang Yan might not be on good terms with Mu Yi, but he was already completely convinced by Yan Chutian. Of course, this did not mean that he would listen to him. It only meant that he had completely acknowledged him. Yan Chutian had expected this to happen a long time ago, so he would not become complacent because of it. After all, his position in the past was much higher than it was now. Moreover, he had only established his prestige among the bronze plate disciples. If he was in front of the silver plate disciples, there might be quite a number of them who would immediately look down on him. At the same time, when he thought of the bronze plate disciples, Yan Chutian also thought that perhaps it was time for him to enter the inner region of the Sky Desert to take a look. Even though the inner region of the Sky Desert was the place where the silver plate disciples of the 8 branches fought, his current strength was already comparable to the lowest silver plate disciples. Besides, most of the resources in the outer region should have already been scoured by the bronze plate disciples of the 8 branches. If he wanted to obtain more or better crystal marrow resources, he would have to enter the wider inner region of the Sky Desert. Of course, even if he wanted to enter the inner region, he would have to wait until he turned all the crystal marrow he had into the foundation of his heavenly sanctum. Late at night, the Cloud Sky faction had already entered a certain canyon. At this moment, Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged on a protruding cliff high up in the canyon, quietly refining and absorbing the crystal marrow in his hand. When the commotion of Yan Chutian's cultivation spread out, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the disciples with seats silently stood guard for him as they paid attention to the movements of the surroundings. However, in reality, they did not have to worry too much. At this moment, the entire Cloud Sky faction was present. Unless one of the other factions attacked recklessly with the power of the entire faction, it would be impossible to achieve any effect. However, such a situation was simply impossible. After all, no matter which faction it was very unlikely that they would listen to the orders of one person. As long as they did not listen to the orders of one person, how could they recklessly gather the power of one faction to attack another faction? It was also because of this that Yan Chutian was so brazen as to refine the quasi-grade 6 crystal marrow in front of everyone's eyes. As he slowly refined it, the crystal marrow turned into wisps of extremely pure aura that quickly flowed into his nose. Yan Chutian naturally would not be courteous to the power of the crystal marrow that flowed into his body. He immediately used it to polish his Sky Palace. He had just stepped into the 3rd level of the Sky Palace stage, and there was still a large area of the Sky Palace that needed to be polished meticulously. After this round of polishing, a few more days passed quietly. Yan Chutian did not know what morning it was when he finally let out a long roar. As he opened his eyes, his body, which had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, an extremely powerful spiritual energy pressure suddenly spread out from his body. What was rather strange was that this spiritual energy pressure was clearly only within the third level of the Sky Palace stage, but it was enough to suppress any new or old disciple who had stepped into this realm, and even disciples with seats felt the heavy pressure. Although this situation was surprising, it also made many disciples sigh inwardly. As expected, their chief Yen could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. On the surface, it seemed that he was only at the third level of the Sky Palace stage. However, the degree of this pressure was probably not much different from that of the Tianfuging fourth floor. In fact, the ones who had the most right to speak now were the few disciples who had stepped into the seats of the Tianfuging fourth floor. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that at this moment, even Mu Yi and Zhang Yan were unable to suppress the shock on their faces. This was because the two of them, who had stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor for a long time, felt a trace of oppression from the spiritual energy pressure emanating from Yan Chutian. Chapter 754. However, in such a situation, not to mention Mu Yi, even Zhang Yan felt joy in the depths of his heart. The stronger Yan Chutian was, the stronger the overall strength of the Cloud Sky bloodline would be. Although there was competition between them, once this competition was put on the stage of the various bloodlines, the muzzle of the spear would naturally be pointed outwards. Those who only pursued their own interests and even threw away their own bloodline were in the minority. Therefore, even Zhang Yan, who followed closely behind Mu Yi, took the initiative to go forward and congratulate Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian did not refuse the congratulations of the two and responded with a faint smile. At the same time, on a giant mountain peak that was an unknown distance away, the Tianyang bloodline was sitting there. In the center of the giant mountain peak, there were several disciples of the Tianyang bloodline casually sitting there. Seemingly careless and cold words slowly sounded out. Heh! I didn't expect that this time, the Cloud Sky bloodline would be able to escape this calamity. Speaking of which, this is ultimately because of that new disciple surnamed Yen. It seems that those with the surname Yen are indeed troublesome. As the cold words fell, a cold laugh immediately sounded out. What are you worried about? The Cloud Sky bloodline is only here and they still have some strength to resist. I think that in the inner area of the Sky Desert they are already extremely miserable. They have even been crushed by me, the Tianyang, like a stray dog, right? That's true, ha ha ha. Somewhere in the corner, listening to the conversation of the so-called Tianyang bloodline, the top geniuses of the bronze plate disciples, Yi Linlang did not interrupt. However, there was a faint trace of mockery between his brows. Although not all of the 10 disciples, including him, were like these people in front of him. However, for such people to be able to become disciples of the Sky Desert proved a problem in itself. Regarding this, he naturally had no intention of continuing to listen. He immediately calmed his heart and sat down cross-legged, slowly studying his heavenly palace. At the same time, the scene of the inner area of the Sky Desert appeared in his mind. It seemed that it was time for him to move and enter the inner area of the Sky Desert. You want to enter the inner area of the Sky Desert? Upon hearing Yan Chutian's indifferent words, even with Mu Yi's mental fortitude, his face was startled as he exclaimed. At the same time, Zhang Yan's expression involuntarily changed. Although he did not have a good relationship with Yan Chutian, he did not wish to see him act so recklessly. After all, it would be a pity if he was eliminated because of a moment of recklessness. Therefore, after pondering for a few breaths, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You need to think this through. The inner area of the Tianfuging fourth floor is nothing compared to the outer area. Even if we were to obtain the silver medal from the inner area, we would only have the most basic strength. Most importantly, if a bronze plate disciple takes the initiative to step into the inner area, then the rule of silver plate disciples not taking the initiative to attack bronze plate disciples will be broken. In other words, if you enter the inner area, any silver plate disciple from any faction can attack you at will. It was not difficult for Yan Chutian to hear the persuasion in Zhang Yan's words. Therefore, he could not help but smile at the former before he replied, I understand that you two senior brothers are worried about me. However, since I have decided to enter the inner area, then I have already thought about it. Therefore, even if I encounter those silver plate disciples, even if I can't defeat them, I still have the confidence to escape. Yan Chutian's words left Mu Yi and Zhang Yan speechless. Moreover, the two of them also thought that with Yan Chutian's various performances, perhaps he would be able to gradually make a name for himself in the inner area. Therefore, the two of them did not continue to persuade him. Mu Yi even took the initiative to help Yan Chutian take the disciples under him. Yan Chutian was naturally happy to see this. Since he was going to enter the inner area, it was impossible for these bronze plate disciples under him to follow him. Therefore, he needed someone to protect them. However, even if it was Mu Yi, Yan Chutian still did not feel that with his relationship with him, he could directly entrust him to protect his disciples. However, since Mu Yi took the initiative, Yan Chutian would definitely not forget to protect him today. In the future, as long as there was a need, he would definitely not refuse. After entrusting the disciples under her to Mu Yi, Yan Chutian controlled her spiritual energy and left the Cloud Sky Clan's group alone after making the necessary preparations. In the canyon, all the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were watching Yan Chutian's back as he left. For some reason, at this moment, many disciples had a premonition in their hearts. Perhaps the next time this figure appeared in front of them, there would be earth-shattering changes. The sky desert was separated into the inner and outer areas. However, in reality, the inner and outer areas did not include each other. Instead, they were separated into two worlds. These two worlds were separated by a spirit river. After almost 2 days of travel, Yan Chutian finally saw a surging river in the distant horizon. The reason this river was called a spirit river was naturally because the river water was mixed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, for Yuanying realm cultivators in the outside world, a spirit river like this might be a good place to cultivate. However, in this desert, especially to Tianfu realm cultivators, it wasn't much. Not to mention, in this sky desert world, the thing that made Sky Palace cultivators envious and even jealous was crystal marrow. Looking at this spirit river, Yan Chutian's mood also became serious. This was because he was very clear that the moment he approached this spirit river, it meant that the possibility of him meeting silver plate disciples of the 8 factions had increased infinitely. Once he crossed this spirit river, he would truly step onto the ground that belonged to the silver plate disciples of the various factions. Although he was currently standing at the peak of the bronze plate disciples and was able to fight against the Tianfuging 4th floor cultivators with his cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the Tianfuging realm. But this kind of strength was only basic among the silver disciple. Any one of the silver plate disciples was at least at the Tianfuging 4th floor realm. In addition to the baptism of this sky desert's inner area, there were probably only a few people who were still at the Tianfuging 4th floor. However, even if they knew this, they could not stop Yan Chutian from entering. The thought flashed across his mind and he appeared in front of the spirit river. Immediately after, Yan Chutian controlled his spiritual energy and took a dozen steps on the spirit river, crossing it. After crossing the spirit river, the aura on both sides of the spirit river did not change at all. However, Yan Chutian understood that from the moment he crossed the spirit river, he had to be careful and vigilant. This was because he no longer had that layer of protection here. Any silver plate disciple of the various factions could directly attack him. It seemed that it was also because of this that Yen Chutian quickly spread out his perception at the first moment. He even opened his spiritual eye slightly and took in the surrounding area into his perception. Under his perception, there were no auras of other cultivators in the surrounding area. Instead, he sensed a place where the aura of crystal marrow was very strong. Yen Chutian naturally would not hesitate to approach such a place where the aura of crystal marrow was very strong. Of course, during this process, he did not relax his perception of his surroundings at all. After a while, Yen Chutian appeared on a short mountain. In his perception, the source of the aura of crystal marrow was this short mountain. However, when his gaze carefully swept across the short mountain, he, who was quite sensitive, immediately noticed a trace of strangeness. It seemed that this short mountain had already been opened by someone. But how could this be? If this short mountain had been opened by someone, how could there still be such a strong aura of crystal marrow? Could it be that the other party had opened it but did not take away the crystal marrow? His gaze swept up and down the short mountain even more cautiously. His spiritual eye was also constantly opened, scanning inch by inch on the short mountain. Finally, under such a careful scan, Yen Chutian finally sensed the source of the abnormality. With his spiritual eye, he could clearly see that in the inconspicuous soil layer, there was a unique aura of a mark mixed with it. The mark was condensed by spiritual energy, and its aura was almost undetectable. Only someone like Yen Chutian, who could see through all illusions, could detect it. If he could not detect the aura of these marks, Yen Chutian did not even have to think about it. He would have been targeted by the owner of these marks without him knowing. It seemed that the owner of these marks wanted to use this method to fish. As long as someone was contaminated by this mark, the other party would follow their perception silently and wait for an opportunity to make a sneak attack. Chapter 755. This fishing method was brilliant, but it was a pity that he encountered Yen Chutian. Since he was aware of this fishing method, it was naturally impossible for him to take the bait. Yen Chutian gently stretched out his right palm and turned it into a blade. From the blade of his finger, a wisp of extremely pure mysterious yang qi emerged. Although the mark could be erased with spiritual power, the mysterious yang qi was still more useful, which made it easier for Yen Chutian. When the mysterious yang qi had gathered to a certain extent, Yen Chutian once again stretched out a distance. At the same time, the gathered mysterious yang qi had already obeyed his order and quickly rushed to the inconspicuous source of the aura of the mark somewhere in the soil of the short mountain. After that, in just a few breaths of time, the mark was shattered and annihilated by Yen Chutian's mysterious yang qi. After erasing the mark, he naturally would not hesitate any longer. Immediately, he turned his palm into a blade and quickly tore the short mountain apart. This was because Yen Chutian also knew that the moment he erased the mark, the owner of the mark, whose whereabouts were unknown, should also be aware of the movement here. The fact was just as Yen Chutian thought. The moment he erased the mark, the face of the figure, who was unknown how many miles away, suddenly froze. Then, in that pair of eyes, sharpness continued to reveal, followed by a sneer. He had set up several fishing methods like this. Although the number of people who fell for it could be counted with one's fingers, he had never encountered anyone who could detect his fishing method and erase his mark. After sneering, he did not stay any longer. Immediately, the tip of his foot lightly stepped on the ground, and his figure was already like a shadow, heading in the direction of Yen Chutian, who was unknown how many miles away. However, when he finally arrived, apart from the mess on the short mountain, there was no sign of Yen Chutian. At the same time, Yen Chutian was hiding in a hidden valley, using the crystal marrow found in the short mountain to polish his divine palace. Under such polishing, half a day quietly passed. Half a day later, as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time finally slowly opened. At this moment, Yen Chutian had finished polishing his 37,000 feet wide heavenly palace. In other words, he was already standing at the peak of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. It was also what many people called the Tianfuging fourth floor. But Yen Chutian knew best that the so-called Tianfuging fourth floor was just a euphemism. He was only at the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Most of the silver token disciples in the inner region of the sky desert wouldn't even spare him a glance. However, if someone really looked down on him because of this or even treated him with contempt, one didn't mind letting the other party know that his quasi-Tianfuging fourth floor was different from the average quasi-Tianfuging fourth floor. If they looked down on him, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Back to the topic, since Yen Chutian had used up all the crystal marrow on him, it was naturally impossible for him to stay in this valley any longer. Moreover, the most important thing for him now was to find high-grade crystal marrow. If he could find a genuine 6th-grade crystal marrow, perhaps he could take the opportunity to break into the Tianfuging fourth floor. Of course, before that, it would be best if he could train more and consolidate his foundation. In short, in less than 10 breaths of time after he opened his eyes, he directly rushed out of this valley. In the following days, Yen Chutian wandered around the inner regions of the sky desert, searching for the aura of crystal marrow. Unfortunately, although he had found quite a few crystal marrow auras, he had yet to find any truly high-grade crystal marrow. Even so, he still managed to obtain a piece of 4th-grade crystal essence. One could imagine how much richer the crystal marrow resources in the inner regions of the sky desert were compared to the outer regions. Yen Chutian didn't refuse these crystal marrows. After all, even if he found a high-grade crystal marrow, he could use it as an opportunity to break through. But when he grasped the opportunity to break through, these low-grade crystal marrows could also play a significant role in assisting him. On this day, just as Yen Chutian was searching for the aura of crystal marrow in the mountain range as usual, he suddenly saw an unconscious figure beside a mountain stream. As he got closer, Yen Chutian saw more clearly that it was indeed an unconscious figure, and it was a woman. Yen Chutian wasn't a good person, so naturally, he wouldn't save this woman casually. But when his gaze flashed across the woman's face, and he saw that although her face was pale, it was still quite beautiful. In the end, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he had seen this woman before. She was a silver disciple of his cloud sky bloodline. As for why he had an impression of her, other than a coincidental glance that day, it was also because this woman was quite proud of them, the bronze disciple. But even so, this woman was after all a disciple of his cloud sky bloodline. Moreover, Yen Chutian also wanted to hear some information about the inner regions from this woman. So in the end, Yen Chutian used his spiritual energy to lift her up and head towards the cave he had just entered. However, after settling her down in the depths of the cave, Yen Chutian, who had sharp senses, had already noticed something strange on this woman's left shoulder. He quickly opened his spiritual eye slightly and scanned it with his spiritual eye. Immediately, he discovered the source of the strange feeling. Because this strange feeling was actually the fishing mark he had encountered when he had just entered the inner regions of the sky desert. However, he hadn't been caught back then, but this woman had obviously been caught. And after noticing this, even though he knew it was offensive, Yen Chutian couldn't care about anything else and immediately tore the clothes on this woman's left shoulder a little. But coincidentally, just as he tore the clothes on the woman's left shoulder, the woman's beautiful eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally opened weakly. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man sneaking around her body. Her left shoulder was completely exposed to the air. It was easy to imagine how frightened she was. However, when she wanted to use her spiritual energy to resist, she couldn't suppress the injuries in her body and continued to faint. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian had a sharp premonition that this woman must have misunderstood something. However, since the misunderstanding had already occurred, there was no point in explaining anything while the woman was unconscious. Thus, he continued to work. After removing the mark on the woman's left shoulder, he returned her clothes to normal. Then, he took out a large robe of his own and put it on her. Of course, after doing this, Yen Chutian couldn't just leave this woman alone. Otherwise, who knew when she would wake up again, or even if she could wake up at all? It was only when Yen Chutian scanned the woman with his perception that Yen Chutian realized how serious her injuries were. But what surprised him was that if an ordinary person suffered such a serious injury, they would have used their nameplate to block it. But this woman would rather be injured herself. It seemed that her desire to stay in this desert was not small. But this had nothing to do with him, so Yen Chutian only slowly released his spiritual energy and quietly stabilized the injuries in the former's body. After adjusting for half a day, Yen Chutian withdrew his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, although the injuries in this woman's body had been stabilized, her injuries were not small, and it dragged on for a few days. So, even Yen Chutian couldn't predict when she would wake up. Therefore, even he could only sit cross-legged on the side and recover his spiritual energy while waiting quietly. But what made Yen Chutian a little happy was that he didn't have to wait for long before he sensed that the woman's scattered consciousness was quickly gathering. Then, after a short while, the woman finally woke up completely from her long coma. However, what Yen Chutian didn't expect was that as soon as the woman woke up, she seemed to remember the previous misunderstanding. She didn't care about her own situation and immediately jumped up, brazenly slapping towards his back. Yen Chutian could clearly sense that although this palm wasn't powerful, there wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness in its aura. It seemed that even if it didn't kill him, it would at least severely injure him. Therefore, he would not show any mercy and immediately sent out a backhand palm strike. When the two palms met, one could imagine what the result would be. Even though this woman was a silver disciple, she was only half alive at the moment. Therefore, when the palm met, she was immediately thrown out and smashed into the cave reward. There was even a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of her pale lips. Chapter 756. However, even if she fell heavily on the hard cave wall, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, the woman seemed to be unaware of it. She just stared at Yen Chutian. His eyes were filled with resentment, as if he wanted nothing more than to skin the latter alive. Although Yen Chutian knew that she had misunderstood, he would not be polite. After all, he saved her, and the misunderstanding was only to erase the mark on her body. Otherwise, if the owner of the mark came after them, he could escape, but this woman was destined to be eliminated. Therefore, he did not say a word. He just walked some distance away from the depths, and then sat down near the entrance of the cave. In his opinion, as long as this woman was not a fool, she should be able to understand what had happened if she was given time to calm down. At the same time, looking at Yen Chutian's back as he sat down near the entrance of the cave, Maihani's beautiful eyes were still red, but more than that, there was a strong sense of despair that kept surging from the bottom of her heart. She had never been so desperate. First, she fell into a trap and was severely injured. Even so, it did not matter. She just treated it as training. However, she could not bear the huge blow of having her virginity taken away. After all, which woman did not yearn for love? She hoped that her partner would be a proud person who could stand at the peak. However, when she was extremely weak, she was forcefully taken over by a despicable person. One could imagine how great the difference and despair between the two was. The more he thought about it, the greater the despair in Wu Hani's heart grew. He even had the thought of killing himself to end it all. However, even if she was going to die, she must kill this despicable person who took the opportunity to take away her virginity. Therefore, even though she was still weak, Maihani clenched her teeth and shakily propped up her fragile body. At the same time, she accumulated the remaining strength in her body. However, one could imagine the result of accumulating strength without caring about her injuries. Her internal organs, which were barely stabilized by relying on the balance of other people's spiritual energy, immediately suffered a backlash. This caused a thread of blood to once again flow out from the corner of the former's pale lips. Even though he was still conscious, he was unable to control his body and immediately fell weakly to the ground. However, just when Maihani thought that she was going to collide with the ground, the cold sensation that she imagined did not appear. Looking over, he was surprised to see that the figure who was originally sitting cross-legged near the entrance of the cave had unknowingly appeared in front of him. As for himself, he was lifted up by the spiritual power. However, Maihani only thought that the other party had ruined her innocence. How could she be nice to the other party? Even though she was extremely weak, she immediately bit her red lips and said with extreme resentment, I want to kill you. You shameless, despicable person. Yan Chutian didn't expect that this woman still hadn't figured it out. Could it be that she couldn't even tell if her chastity had been ruined? He was speechless, but he still wouldn't give the other party any face. After all, he wasn't a good person. After saving the other party, not only did he not receive any words of gratitude, he was instead treated as a life-and-death enemy. You overestimate yourself. I'm not interested in a woman like you. Thus, Yan Chutian only laughed coldly before placing the woman on the ground. Then, he turned around and returned to his original position, sitting cross-legged and not saying anything else. However, at the same time, Maihani's heart was going crazy. She had never met such a shameless person. He ruined her chastity and then said that he wasn't interested in her after the fact. Moreover, what did he mean by not interested in a woman like her? No matter if it was her appearance or her figure, she, Maihani, was confident that she could be ranked at the top of the Yuntian clan. However, after this, she had thought it through. She was still very weak right now and had no chance of killing the other party. Therefore, she had to endure the humiliation and wait for her strength to recover. Only then would she have the chance to kill the other party. After understanding this, Maihani no longer paid attention to Yan Chutian. She sat down cross-legged and took out spiritual dawn from her storage space to heal her injuries. However, even with the help of spiritual dawn, healing was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. However, during this healing process, the pain in Maihani's body gradually subsided. However, during this period of calmness, she finally sensed that somewhere on her body, there were no signs of being violated. She found this hard to believe and quickly sensed it a few more times. However, every time she sensed it, the result was the same as before. There were no signs of being violated. But how was this possible? That time when she suddenly woke up, she clearly saw the other party acting sneakily and the clothes on her left shoulder were torn. The moment she thought of her left shoulder, Maihani's beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Then, she quickly extended her senses to her left shoulder. After sensing it a few more times, her originally bewildered face turned extremely red. This was because she had completely understood what had happened. Although she was pleasantly surprised that her chastity had not been ruined, it also made her feel extremely ashamed. This was because she already knew that it was the other party who had saved her. The sneakiness towards her was just to erase the mark on her left shoulder. However, from the moment she woke up, she did not distinguish between right and wrong. She immediately thought that the other party had destroyed her innocence and repeatedly wanted to attack him. Although Maihani was usually proud, she was not the kind of person who would bite the hand that fed her and bite the hand that fed her. However, this time it just had to be like this. How could she not feel ashamed? However, even if she understood this, Maihani could not lower herself and take the initiative to apologize. Therefore, she could only silently sit cross-legged and continue to recover. However, she did not know that in such a short period of time, Yan Chutian had a panoramic view of her emotional fluctuations. As for her emotional fluctuations, Yan Chutian could roughly guess the reason. After all, he vaguely knew this woman's character. As for whether she would take the initiative to lower her head, he did not care. This was because he had nothing to do with her, and did not want to be related to her. He had saved her because they were both from Yun Tian's bloodline. Secondly, he wanted to ask some information about the inner region of Sky Desert. As long as she could tell him what she knew, it would be fine. As for whether she would lower her head or not and how she would view him, he did not care. However, just as Yan Chutian wanted to wait for a while more before going forward to ask, he did not expect that in his perception there was already an aura that suddenly descended. Although when he removed the mark on Maihani's body, he knew that the owner of the mark would come after him, he did not expect that the owner would be so fast. There was really no delay at all. However, since the owner of the mark had appeared, he could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, even if there was a concealment formation at the entrance of the cave, he could not guarantee that the owner of the mark would not find this place in the end. Stay here obediently. If you go out and seek death, even I can't save you. However, before walking out of the cave, he did not forget to remind Maihani. After saying that, he did not wait for her to reply and had already silently rushed out of the cave. Seeing Yan Chutian rush out, Maihani was not a fool. Naturally, she could guess that the owner of the mark had most likely rushed over. However, just as she was about to remind him, he walked out without a care. Even if she felt guilty, she could not help but feel angry. In her opinion, Yan Chutian's cultivation should be at the Tianfuging 4th floor, but the owner of the mark was at the 5th level of the Tianfuging realm, just like her. Otherwise, even if she was ambushed, she would not be so severely injured. What she wanted to remind was naturally the owner of the mark's cultivation. The two of them could either not go out or directly escape. Only then would there be a possibility of escaping. However, she did not want to care about how the other party treated her. She, Maihani, wanted to see how the other party would fight against the person at the 5th level of the Tianfuging 4th floor with his cultivation. Perhaps, in just a short while, he would be beaten to the point of covering his head and running away like a rat. However, thinking of this, Maihani could not feel happy. After all, if the other party covered his head and ran away like a rat, then the next person to be beaten would be her. However, in front of her, the other party did not have any power to resist at all. In the end, she could only have her nameplate broken and helplessly be eliminated. Chapter 757. At the same time, the moment Yan Chutian stepped out of the cave, he quickly headed in another direction. Since he wanted to protect this woman, he naturally couldn't expose his location. Otherwise, with her current state of being unable to fight back, even Yan Chutian didn't have the confidence to protect her. After all, it wasn't difficult for Yan Chutian to deduce the cultivation of the owner of the mark from the other party's realm. The owner of the mark was probably at least at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. When he left the cave and got closer to the spiritual aura that entered his senses, Yan Chutian confirmed his guess. Even though he was still quite a distance away, he could clearly sense that the spreading spiritual aura had indeed surpassed that of Mu Yi, who was at the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Only those at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm could reach it. At the same time, he could also sense that the other party had already locked onto his aura. Yan Chutian didn't find it strange. After all, the other party's cultivation was truly at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Although it didn't have the help of his spiritual eye, the range of his senses was still extremely wide. Not to mention, the two of them were already in the same mountain range. Both of them sensed each other's aura. In just a few breaths of time, the two figures were directly facing each other. Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged on a protruding stone wall. His eyes were slightly opened as he looked ahead. He looked over and saw a black-robed figure floating in the air. His every movement was filled with powerful spirit energy. Even the surrounding space was filled with the spirit energy from the tablet. The pressure was so great that it caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Seeing Yan Chutian, the black-clothed figure's expression didn't change. Although he couldn't figure out how my Hani was able to escape with injuries, now that he saw the guy in front of him, he vaguely understood. Come to think of it, it was this guy who had saved Wu Hani, who was on the verge of death. Since the other party saved my Hani and wasn't directly eliminated, he should be a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party's cultivation didn't seem to have broken through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. Could it be that the other party was only a bronze plate disciple and crossed the Spirit River to enter the inner area? But no matter what, he didn't want to ask because everything would be clear once he captured the other party. Moreover, the black-clothed figure looked at Yan Chutian with a feeling of extreme disgust in his heart. It was as if there was a karma between the two of them. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the black-clothed figure's step. This step seemed simple, but in the next moment, he appeared to be behind Yen. Then, without any explanation, he didn't say anything. For someone who hadn't even stepped into the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm, he wouldn't even take a second look at him. He was confident that his palm could seal his spiritual energy and catch him like a little chick. However, when this palm was about to land, it caused the face of the black-clothed figure to abruptly freeze. It could be clearly seen that when the palm landed, Yan Chutian, who was under the palm, disappeared like smoke. Therefore, when this palm strike landed, it clearly missed. Although his expression froze, the black-clothed figure quickly returned to normal. As he retracted his palm, he looked towards a certain direction. There, a thin figure slowly appeared. Who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? Haha, interesting. Looking at Yan Chutian again, the black-clothed figure couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, as if he didn't care about the previous situation at all. However, if one listened carefully, they would be able to detect that within that faint smile, there was an extremely sharp intent that was faintly discernible. It was obvious that the Cloud Sky faction's disciple, whom he didn't care about, had escaped from his hands. This already made the black-clothed figure angry. Because of this, when he attacked again, the black-clothed figure was clearly much more vicious than before. As he raised his hand, a vast amount of spiritual energy swept out. Immediately after, he took a step forward and went behind Yan Chutian. However, just like before, when he moved, Yan Chutian slowly disappeared from his original position. However, at this time, the black-clothed figure didn't panic. His cold gaze swept the surroundings until it looked towards a certain direction. Only then did it focus again. As his eyes focused again, the surging spiritual energy that had already gathered immediately turned into a vast palm and fell from the sky. Boom! From start to finish, it only took a breath's time for a huge roar to shake the heavens and the earth, echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Looking at the source of the commotion, which was also half a mountain peak that was shattered by him, the black-clothed figure's face finally revealed a mocking smile. Daring to show off in front of him, this was the outcome. However, what made him slightly worried was whether this attack would directly shatter his nameplate. After all, if he directly blasted him out of the desert, he would lose the news of my Hani. No matter what, my Hani was at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. It would be a pity if she was lucky enough to escape. However, just as the black-clothed figure thought so, he saw that in the gradually dissipating huge dust, a thin figure was still floating in the air, as if he didn't suffer any injuries. The mocking expression on his face suddenly stiffened, and even became quite comical and even ugly. Looking at his stiff and even changing expression, how could Yan Chutian not know what he was thinking in his heart? He didn't deny this. The attacks of the black-clothed figure could probably injure even someone like Mu Yi, who was at the 4th level of the Heavenly Palace stage, into a sorry state. But against Yan Chutian, if he wanted to do anything to Yan Chutian, he would be underestimating him too much. Haha, it seems that I have disappointed you. It's a pity that although your attack is fierce, your accuracy is quite lacking. At the same time, Yan Chutian wouldn't be stingy with his ridicule. Although his tone was indifferent, one could imagine how harsh it would be in the black-clothed figure's ears. The black-clothed figure didn't say anything. His constantly darkening face already represented his emotions. How could he endure that a guy who hadn't even stepped into the time-fuging fourth floor was actually showing off in front of him? With a gloomy face, without saying a word, he suddenly swept out. At the same time, spiritual energy surged in his palm. The constantly gathering power crushed the space, which showed how powerful he was. However, his attack was fierce, and Yan Chutian didn't face him head-on. As a result, most of his attacks missed. Naturally, the black-clothed figure became even more furious. There was a substantial anger in his eyes that wanted to spurt out. However, it had to be said that the black-clothed figure had misunderstood Yan Chutian at this moment. Yan Chutian didn't face him head-on not because he wanted to tease him, but because he also understood that if he faced him head-on, the situation would become extremely passive. After all, he hadn't even truly stepped into the time-fuging fourth floor. With 2 levels between them, it was still a bit difficult. Moreover, Yan Chutian's goal wasn't to fight or defeat him. It was only to stall for time. As long as he could stall for time and give the other party an illusion, it would be the real opportunity for him and Mai Hani to escape today. After fighting with the black-clothed figure for half an hour, Yan Chutian quickly retreated. Without saying a word, he directly fled in a certain direction. If Yan Chutian had directly fled from the start, the black-clothed figure definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. After all, he felt that Mai Hani was extremely likely to be hiding in the dark. However, now that he had been entangled with the other party for half an hour, in his opinion, the other party was definitely stalling for time for Mai Hani. As for now, it was obvious that he had stalled for enough time and was about to escape. However, if he let Mai Hani escape, how could he let Yan Chutian in front of him escape as well? Otherwise, even if this matter didn't spread out, it would still become a humiliation in his heart. How could a guy who hadn't even stepped into the time-fuging fourth floor delay him for such a long time? Die for me. With a cold shout, the black-clothed figure suddenly raised his right palm. In the center of his palm, a dark black eye slowly opened. At the same time, an extremely berserk purple light pillar shot out from the opened black eye. Boom! The purple light pillar pierced through space and directly blasted towards Yan Chutian. The energy fluctuations that swept out were enough to crush space. It could be seen how fierce it was. Chapter 758. The powerful attack had suddenly descended. Yan Chutian could clearly sense the terrifying aura of the purple light pillar that had pierced through space and arrived at his location. It would be difficult for him to block such an attack head-on. Furthermore, he was currently fleeing, so how could he find the time to block it head-on? Otherwise, even if he blocked such a powerful attack, he would not be able to take advantage of the opportunity to escape after being detected by the black figure. Such a situation made Yan Chutian sigh inwardly. Indeed, there were not many simple silver token disciples among the various factions. Now that things had developed to this stage, he could no longer care about hiding. Although he continued to flee, there was already a mud-like substance faintly visible on his right palm. When the purple light pillar completely descended, the mud in Yan Chutian's hand rapidly expanded. In an instant it propped up like a barrier. The black figure originally did not care about such a barrier. However, when the purple light pillar truly bombarded the barrier, his originally indifferent expression suddenly froze. This was because he could clearly see that under the crazy bombardment of his purple light pillar, the seemingly unremarkable barrier in his eyes had actually forcefully blocked it. How is this possible? Such a scene caused the black figure to involuntarily grit his teeth and exclaim. This was because he was truly unable to imagine that the other party's unknown defensive method was actually able to block even his soul art. What kind of defensive method was this? Was the other party really only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion stage? However, at this moment, no one could give him an answer. The only person who could, under the gaze of the black figure, had already fled towards the outside of the mountain range. However, how could the black-clothed figure possibly watch as Yen Chutian escaped right under his nose? He had already decided that even if he had to chase Yen Chutian to the ends of the earth, he would definitely capture him. With this thought in mind, the black figure had already heavily stomped his right foot on the mountain below him, crushing it into pieces. Only then did he borrow the force of the rebound to explosively shoot out like a cannonball, directly chasing in the direction that Yen Chutian had escaped in. Although the speed of the other party's movement technique was extremely fast, he had no choice but to admit that he was inferior. However, the black-clothed figure didn't believe it. Even if he wasn't as fast as Lin Yun, how could Lin Yun be stronger than him, who was at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm? Furthermore, in his opinion, for the other party to possess such speed, it must have consumed a large amount of spirit energy. As such, all he had to do was continue to chase after him. Soon, he would be able to completely exhaust his spirit chi. However, the black-clothed figure did not know that just as he chased in the direction that Yen Chutian had fled, a figure slowly appeared somewhere in the sky. As for this figure, who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? As soon as he appeared, Yen Chutian did not hesitate and immediately headed towards the cave where Maihani was hiding. Because he was very clearly aware that the reason the black-clothed figure was deceived by him was only because of a moment of anger and misperception. When his anger gradually subsided, he would quickly come back to his senses. At that time, he would definitely rush back as soon as possible. If he didn't escape before the other party rushed back, then everything he had done so far would be in vain. His figure was like a ghost. In just a few seconds, Yen Chutian appeared in front of the cave. However, coincidentally, the moment he rushed to the entrance of the cave, he happened to meet Maihani, who seemed to be walking out of the cave. You're okay? Looking at Yen Chutian's safe and sound appearance, Maihani's still pale face suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Although she hadn't walked out of the cave yet, it didn't prevent her from hearing the huge commotion outside. In her opinion, Yen Chutian was probably seriously injured at this moment, or even on the verge of death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to wait and wanted to walk out of the cave. But at this moment, the other party seemed to be safe and sound. How could this not shock her? However, Yen Chutian didn't have time to explain to Maihani's shock. Without any explanation, he directly wrapped Maihani with his spiritual energy and immediately rushed in the opposite direction of the black-clothed figure. During this time, Maihani, who didn't know what was going on, naturally struggled. Until Yen Chutian coldly shouted, she finally stopped struggling and stopped moving. If you want to be eliminated by that guy, I don't mind leaving you behind now. Maihani was so obedient. On one hand, it was because Yen Chutian's cold shout had suppressed her, and on the other hand, it was naturally because she gradually understood. The owner of the mark was probably lured away by the other party and could return at any time. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so anxious. But even if she understood this, Maihani couldn't help but be shocked. This was because she simply couldn't imagine how the other party, who hadn't even stepped into the time-fuging 4th floor, was safe and sound in the hands of the other party, and how did he lure it away? Maihani was puzzled, but she also knew that now wasn't the time to ask, so she just let Yen Chutian wrap her with his spiritual energy and rushed out of the mountain range. At the same time, the black-clothed figure, who had been chasing in the direction of Yen Chutian's escape, finally sensed something as Yen Chutian expected, as his anger gradually dissipated. And the more he thought about it, the uglier the black-clothed figure's face became. At the same time, he didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly turned back to the mountain range. But when he returned to the mountain range again, there was no trace of Yen Chutian in the mountain range, not even his aura. This made the black-clothed figure's already ugly face become even uglier and gloomier. At this moment, How could he not understand that he had been played by the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, who hadn't even stepped into the time-fuging fourth floor? Damn it! In a rage, the black-clothed figure fiercely slapped downwards, smashing a mountain peak into pieces. But even so, he couldn't vent his anger. Compared to before, his anger was more than twice as strong. At the same time, Yan Chutian was still carrying my Hani and continued to escape. After a full hour, he gradually descended into a short forest with my Hani. Although he didn't know the character of the black-clothed figure, he expected that after escaping so far away, even if the other party wanted to chase, it would be impossible for him to track them. After landing in the short forest, my Hani knew that she should be out of danger, so she lightly sighed in relief. Otherwise, if the other party caught up to her, she might really be eliminated from the Tianma Desert. And if she was going to be eliminated anyway, why did she have to persist? If she was ambushed by the other party, her nameplate would be shattered and she would be eliminated. So at this moment, my Hani's heart couldn't help but feel grateful to Yan Chutian. Because speaking of which, the other party had already saved her twice. But even if she felt grateful, with my Hani's temperament, she couldn't directly express her gratitude. Such complicated feelings caused her to remain silent and continue to obediently follow behind Yan Chutian. In any case, she understood that the other party should also be a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. Since they were from the same faction and she was so weak right now, she would obediently follow the other party. At most, she would repay him in the future. Moreover, in my Hani's opinion, although the other party said that he wasn't interested in her, she didn't know what his real thoughts were. She might even be giving the other party a chance to show off. The more she thought about it, the more calm my Hani became when facing Yan Chutian, although she still didn't say anything. At the same time, Yan Chutian didn't care about her reaction. Using the same tone as before, he said coldly, "Recover on your own. Also, I have some questions to ask you later." After saying that, he didn't wait for my Hani's reaction and sat down cross-legged. The battle with the black-clothed figure had already taken a toll on him, not to mention the fact that he had to flee for such a long time with such a burden. But speaking of which, what really made Yan Chutian's heart ache was the true crystal marrow saliva that he had painstakingly refined. The true crystal marrow saliva wasn't complete in the first place, and it was even more damaged. Even if he refined it, it couldn't be restored to its original state. Instead, it had become a consumable, and the spirit art that blocked the black-clothed figure had already taken a toll on the true crystal marrow saliva. Chapter 759. Yan Chutian said coldly, which made my Hani unable to say anything. She could only sit cross-legged and recover with dissatisfaction in her heart. However, once she started to recover, she did not care about her dissatisfaction. After all, the injuries in her body had only been stabilized and could not be said to have recovered. Therefore, when she started to recover, how could she still care about the outside world? He sat cross-legged like this for almost a day before Wu Hani gradually recovered from his long period of recuperation. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that the other party probably still had questions to ask her. However, she was afraid that a day had passed since she had regained her senses. On this day, the other party actually did not disturb her. This made the dissatisfaction in my Hani's heart dissipate by a lot. At the same time, sensing my Hani's recovery, Yan Chutian dispersed his spiritual energy and immediately looked at my Hani behind him. Their gazes met in midair. Yan Chutian's eyes were incomparably calm, but my Hani was a little embarrassed. However, she obviously did not want to be weak in this point, so she lightly bit her red lips and spoke first to Yan Chutian. "You should also be a disciple of my Cloud Sky faction. Moreover, with your cultivation, you should only be a bronze disciple. If that's the case, you should call me senior sister." My Hani deliberately said this, but Yan Chutian acted as if he did not hear it at all and only said the two words Yan Yun. The other party's attitude of completely ignoring her made my Hani feel dissatisfied, but she could not say anything in the end. Therefore, even if she was angry, she could only muster up her courage and say her name. Both of them said their names, but the atmosphere was still cold. This made my Hani somewhat puzzled. No matter what, she was still a beauty and had suitors among the silver disciple and even the gold disciple. However, the other party was actually so cold to her. Could it be that he was blind? Or could it be that the other party deliberately approached her with such a cold attitude with the purpose of attracting her attention? My Hani could not be sure, and Yen Chutian did not know and did not care about what she thought. He only asked about the situation in the inner area of the sky desert as if he had already expected it. Knowing that the other party should have crossed the Spirit River from the outer area of the sky desert to the inner area, my Hani did not feel that his question was strange. Instead, she told him about the general situation in the inner area of the sky desert one by one. Yen Chutian to know that the situation in the inner area of the sky desert was much more intense than the outer area. Everyone in the inner area of the sky desert knew that there were 21 treasure troves where there could be 7th or even 8th grade crystal marrow. In addition to that, there were 5 newly discovered treasure troves of the sky desert. Following the opening of the treasured land, there were already many intense fights that continuously erupted on the treasured land. Up until now, all the other factions had obtained treasured lands. Only his Cloud Sky faction hadn't obtained a single one. Speaking of this, my Hani became very angry. If not for the Tianyang and Kongtong factions secretly making moves, how could the Cloud Sky faction not be able to occupy a single treasure trove even though it is slightly weaker than the other 8 factions? There is also the person who secretly attacked me. He thought that he hid it well, but even if he is not from the Tianyang faction, he is definitely a disciple of the Kongtong faction. Yen Chutian also secretly confirmed my Hani's thoughts. After all, he had fought with the black-clothed figure before, so he knew that when the other party attacked, there was no room for discussion. However, normally speaking, if one was fishing, they would extort the other party for crystal marrow. How could they attack without saying anything? It was likely that the other party knew that my Hani and he were disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, so they did this on purpose. As for the Cloud Sky faction, apart from the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction, which was extremely close to the Tianyang faction, Yen Chutian really couldn't think of any other faction. However, even if he knew that the two factions were deliberately targeting each other, Yen Chutian had to admit that even he couldn't think of any way to reverse the situation. Because the higher the level, the greater the gap between the Cloud Sky faction and the other factions, especially the Tianyang faction, would be. Only Bronze Disciple and below would not be too far apart from each other. Therefore, my Hani's slightly worse was actually a little nicer. After knowing this, Yen Chutian, who originally wanted to leave after gathering the information, couldn't help but dispel the idea. Because the my Hani beside him was at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion realm. Such a battle strength was extremely precious to the Cloud Sky faction and couldn't be eliminated so easily. Therefore, Yen Chutian didn't ask any more questions and let my Hani continue to recover. As for himself, he focused on expanding the range of his perception. In this situation, it was as if he was protecting the former. At the same time, seeing that Yen Chutian was obviously protecting her, my Hani was puzzled at first, but then her beautiful eyes relaxed and her pretty face slowly revealed a trace of pride. In her opinion, the other party was obviously pretending for a while, but in the end, he couldn't suppress the thoughts of goodwill in his heart. She knew that with her charm, no matter how well the other party pretended, how could he not give himself away? And since the other party wanted to show goodwill, she didn't mind. She immediately sat down cross-legged and continued to recover her injuries. This recovery took almost 2 days, and my Hani's injuries were more or less healed. However, this kind of recovery was really only a rough recovery. After all, the injuries she suffered were not small, and it had reached the point where it would be impossible to completely recover without a period of time. But even so, Maihani obviously had no intention of continuing to sit cross-legged and recover. She slowly stood up, gently stretching her delicate body that had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, and her beautiful eyes also looked at a certain place around her. In the direction she was looking, at the top of a huge tree dozens of feet away, a slightly thin figure was quietly sitting cross-legged, not making a sound. Originally, Maihani thought that she had seen through the other party's thoughts, but after these 2 days of recovery, she was bewildered again. Because in these 2 days, the other party didn't even try to curry favor. Could it be that he didn't know that if he didn't take advantage of her weakness, he wouldn't have the opportunity to curry favor with her so easily? Although she was bewildered in her heart, since she had more or less recovered, she, Maihani, would naturally not be the same as before. At least in her opinion, it was time to show the other party her strength. Moreover, only the heavens knew if the other party had done anything to her while she was unconscious. She could only not think about this kind of thing, because once she thought about it, it was simply unimaginable. With this thought, Maihani immediately stepped lightly on the ground, and her delicate body flashed. In a few breaths of time, her beautiful body appeared in front of the huge tree where Yen Chutian was. Sensing Maihani's aura approaching, Yen Chutian originally didn't care, but when he sensed that the former's aura faintly carried a sense of oppression, he couldn't help but frown. But in the next moment, he understood. He probably also knew Maihani's character, so he guessed that the other party had recovered and was unwilling to accept his previous attitude towards her. However, if she had completely recovered, he might really have to retreat. But at this time, Maihani had only more or less recovered, and she wanted to show her strength to him. That was simply not placing him, Yen Chutian, in their eyes. Therefore, when Maihani's aura attacked, Yen Chutian stood in the same place and didn't move. However, secretly, under the guidance of the mysterious Yang Qi, the spiritual energy was constantly gathering. Then, when Maihani's pressure really enveloped him, he completely activated the power that he had secretly prepared. The power surged out and fiercely collided with Maihani's pressure domain. And Yen Chutian's counterattack obviously caught Maihani off guard, so with just the first collision, her pressure domain was directly broken. With the domain broken, Maihani, who was still caught off guard, subconsciously fell backwards. This made her feel shocked, and at the same time, she secretly cursed. She was afraid that as soon as she recovered, she would have to come into contact with the ground. But just as Maihani closed her beautiful eyes, preparing to helplessly accept the result that was about to happen, but she didn't expect that a palm suddenly appeared at her waist, and at the same time, an even and gentle spiritual energy spread out, causing her falling figure to land gracefully on the ground like a butterfly. Chapter 760. Landing on the ground, Maihani was startled at first, but soon after, she turned her beautiful eyes to the other side. That was also the figure that was gradually descending from the giant tree. Maihani didn't say a word, but the expression in her beautiful eyes was extremely complicated. However, Yen Chutian didn't allow her to look at him for too long. In the next instant, he took a step forward and directly appeared in front of her. His indifferent words rang out. "It seems that fellow Wu hasn't recovered enough. You can't even stably walk." Yen Chutian's words made Maihani come back to her senses. However, even if she did, her expression was rather awkward. After all, Maihani originally wanted to destroy the other party's prestige and establish her dominance. However, who would have thought that the result would be her in such a sorry state? However, at this point, Maihani no longer dared to underestimate Yen Chutian. This was because she could see that although there were many reasons, it also proved that the other party's strength wasn't at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm on the surface. His strength was probably one of the best in the fourth level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Otherwise, no matter how many reasons there were, the situation between the two would be reversed. However, even if she knew that Yen Chutian was extraordinary, apart from being shocked, Maihani didn't think much of it. She also didn't think that this would have any effect on the current situation of the Cloud Sky bloodline in the inner region of the Tianma inner region. After all, no matter how extraordinary he was only at the top of the Tianfujing fourth floor. However, how many of the silver disciples of the various bloodlines in the inner region of the Tianma inner region would still stay on the Tianfujing fourth floor? Thinking of this, Maihani couldn't help but sigh. Most likely, the Tianfujing fourth floor was still the Cloud Sky bloodline. She also knew that the Cloud Sky bloodline situation wasn't good, which was why she escaped and wanted to find some crystal marrow opportunities by herself. But who would have thought that before he could find this opportunity, he would almost be eliminated? With this thought in mind, Maihani secretly glanced at Yen Chutian in front of her. She couldn't help but have an unprecedented thought. Could it be that all the twists and turns along the way were just to meet this guy in front of him? But this thought had only appeared for a few breaths before she fiercely shook her head and extinguished it. Following that, Maihani continued to instill her own consciousness. She, Maihani, was a proud daughter of the heavens. She had many admirers and pursuers. Even if the other party had coincidentally saved the damsel in distress, she could not allow herself to be bewitched so easily. Yen Chutian naturally didn't know that Maihani had complicated thoughts in her heart at this moment. He knew what he wanted to know about the situation in the inner region of the heavenly desert, so he decided not to leave. This was because the intensity of the battle in the inner regions was clearly much greater than the outer regions. Moreover, his Cloud Sky bloodline situation was even worse, although even Yen Chutian didn't know if he could turn the situation around now. But no matter what, he still had to do his part. Otherwise, could it be that he could only watch as the Cloud Sky bloodline was suppressed to the bottom of the valley in this small confrontation of the various bloodlines, unable to raise their heads? With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian proposed to Maihani that he wanted to return to the main group. Maihani didn't refute this, nor did she find it strange. In fact, in her opinion, this was incomparably normal. After all, the other party's true identity was only a bronze disciple. Naturally, he would want to be protected by the main group as soon as possible. But when she thought of the main group, Maihani's expression became a little ugly. Although the Cloud Sky bloodline was divided into 3 groups, she just so happened to be placed in the group that she felt was the worst of them all. She had left by herself. On one hand, it was to pursue the crystal marrow opportunity. On the other hand, it was because of this reason. But now that she thought about it, she could only endure the discomfort. After all, this group was assigned by the sect. She couldn't change it at will. Therefore, she didn't say much and just nodded her head gently. Seeing Mu Yoshua nod her head gently, Yen Chutian noticed that a strange look flashed across her pretty face. But seeing that she didn't seem to have any intention of speaking, he didn't ask. After all, this was her business. Since she didn't want to talk about it, and the relationship between the two of them wasn't very good, he naturally wouldn't ask. Thus, the two of them spent the coming night in silence in such an atmosphere. After nightfall, the two of them shot off in a certain direction under the guidance of Maihani. After flying for an entire day, Yen Chutian finally saw the horizon in front of him. In front of an unfathomably deep black abyss, he sensed a lot of spiritual energy auras. In addition, the crystal marrow aura around the black abyss was extremely rich. Even if it couldn't be called a treasure land, it was still a good crystal marrow mine. At the same time, Yen Chutian could sense that the strength of the auras around the black abyss had already stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. It wasn't that there weren't any in the Tianfujing 4th floor, but they were already in the minority. Apart from that, there were also several powerful auras around the Tianfujing 6th floor. But speaking of which, What caught his attention the most was the aura that had already surpassed the time-fuging 6th floor and stepped into the 7th level. The time-fuging 7th floor was enough to be ranked as a gold medal disciple in the inner sect. In other words, once the Sky Desert battle ended, that person would become a true gold medal disciple. And with his cultivation, he was obviously a pillar among the silver medal disciples. Therefore, many disciples faintly regarded him as the core. But what made Yan Chutian a little puzzled was that although there were a lot of disciples surrounding the time-fuging 7th floor, that was only the majority of the silver medal disciples. There were close to half of the silver medal disciples around the Black Abyss. There were also more than half of the silver medal disciples occupying the other side of the Black Abyss, faintly seeming to have an expert as the core. Very quickly, Yan Chutian knew the reason for this, because he had just swept a glance across the Black Abyss. But now that he carefully sensed it, he could sense that there was an extremely huge aura in the depths of the Black Abyss. Although the aura was hidden, Yan Chutian could sense that this aura had already stepped into the time-fuging 7th floor. It even gave him the feeling that the time-fuging 7th floor in the Black Abyss was even stronger than the time-fuging 7th floor on the surface. As such, Yan Chutian already understood why there was a difference between the silver medal disciples of the Cloud Sky faction around the Black Abyss. It turned out that there were 2 disciples of the time-fuging 7th floor. Or it could be said that when facing the attack of a strong enemy, both sides could work together to face the enemy. But at a time like this, it was obvious that it would be difficult to stay united. After all, where there were people, there would always be fights. When Yan Chutian looked at the Black Abyss, Maihani, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened her red lips and said, "Follow me later and join Senior Brother Yuan's team." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not refute and only nodded lightly. It should be because this Senior Brother Yuan had a good relationship with Maihani. And since he had a good relationship with Maihani, then as Maihani's savior, he should be able to receive some care. However, Yan Chutian soon found out that his idea was wrong. Although the appearance of the 2 of them, especially the return of Maihani, immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. However, in his perception, the aura of the time-fuging 7th floor, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the crowd, did not even seem to fluctuate. Hani? But just as Yan Chutian was puzzled, a figure quickly swept out from the other side of the group with more disciples. Looking over, the figure was a young man in white. He looked good, and his cultivation was not low either. He had already stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion realm. However, facing this young man in white, although Maihani also responded with a faint smile, Yan Chutian, who was very close to her, could feel that there was a trace of disgust hidden in her emotions. Then, looking at the reaction of the young man in white, Yan Chutian also understood. This was because this young man in white did not hide his desire in the depths of his eyes. As long as one was not a fool, one could see what kind of person this was. He is Ba Hong's younger brother, Ba Hong, and Ba Hong is the other time-fuging 7th floor disciple in this large group opposite Senior Brother Yuan. In the dark, Maihani quickly whispered to Yan Chutian. Then, she turned around and led him into the group behind her, which was the so-called Senior Brother Yuan's team. Sogu. Chapter 761. Ba Xian. Lightly repeating this rather rare name, Yan Chutian didn't pay much attention to the white-shirt youth. However, if his elder brother was the person from the time-fuging 7th floor who had entered the Black Abyss, then he would have to be more careful. After all, with his current cultivation, he couldn't even come face to face with the time-fuging 7th floor. Not to mention the time-fuging 7th floor, even Ba Xian, who was at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, couldn't be underestimated. However, just as Yan Chutian knew that he had to be more careful, he didn't expect that Ba Xian's gaze would directly sweep towards him. The meaning that was revealed in that gaze was already faintly wrapped in a dense coldness and sharpness. Yan Chutian wasn't a fool. Naturally, He quickly realized that this was because Ba Xian had misunderstood the relationship between him and Mai Hani. However, even if he thought of it, there was nothing he could do. After all, could it be that he had to directly go up and explain? If he really did that, not to mention whether or not Ba Xian would believe him, even Yan Chutian himself would feel that he had exposed 300 taels of silver here. Thinking like this, Yan Chutian had already followed Mai Hani into the group on the other side. Clearly, like Ba Xian, at this moment, there were many gazes that were sweeping him up and down. Clearly, they were trying to guess the relationship between him and Mai Hani. Mai Hani's many suitors were definitely not just empty words. Therefore, instantly, Yan Chutian could sense that the many gazes that swept over were faintly filled with hostility. However, Mai Hani obviously also sensed this situation. Therefore, in a few words, she quickly explained Yan Chutian's identity to the crowd. Of course, in this explanation, she didn't explain the various things that happened when the two of them met. After all, in that kind of situation, Mai Hani still found it a little hard to explain. Mai Hani had personally clarified the matter. In addition, she was quite popular among the disciples. For a moment, many of them looked at Yan Chutian with smiles. Although he seemed to be very kind, Yan Chutian would not be fooled by this. On the contrary, he knew very well that it was all because of Mai Hani. If it wasn't for Mai Hani, these people who were extremely kind to him wouldn't even look at him. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian couldn't help but suddenly think that Mai Hani's arrogance was probably just an act. Because only with such a temperament would one be able to maintain a relationship with everyone, and at the same time, maintain a distance from everyone. Sometimes, this kind of deliberate pride could attract the attention of others. After a long while, the crowd finally calmed down. Mai Hani also broke away from the crowd and sat down cross-legged not far from Yan Chutian. Although the two didn't communicate on the surface, there was already an undetectable conversation that slowly sounded in secret. Yen Yun, the strongest members of this group are Ba Hong and senior brother Yuan Yang. I'm sure you can guess why I brought you here. Comparing the two, the latter is better than the former. In reality, this is indeed the case. Although Yuan Yang isn't a good person, he won't bully the weak. Moreover, he is very prideful. As long as you show him respect, he will protect you. Therefore, greetings senior brother Yuan. Before Mai Hani's voice faded, Yan Chutian directly stood up and bowed towards a certain figure behind him with a smile. Hearing this, Mai Hani hurriedly shut her mouth and stood up. She turned around and saw that the Yuan Yang she was talking about was already right in front of her. However, although the other party was already behind her, it was obvious that he hadn't heard the conversation between the two. Otherwise, given his prideful character, his expression wouldn't be so good right now. Greetings senior brother Yuan. Immediately after, Mai Hani also bowed and said. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian. She also didn't expect that Yuan Yang would quietly approach them. Even she didn't notice him, but the other party's reaction was actually so fast. Perhaps because he heard the respectful words of the two, the smile on Yuan Yang's square face became even wider. Immediately after, he also said some words of concern to the two of them. Only then did the two of them return to their positions in the middle. Seeing Yuan Yang leave with a face full of smiles, Yan Chutian's face revealed an unconcealable curiosity. He didn't expect that the other party's temperament would be so strange. He actually liked to be flattered. Although flattery could be said to be effective, flattery couldn't be penetrated. However, the other party enjoyed being flattered so much. It was likely that there wasn't a second person in the Cloud Sky faction, or even the entire 8 factions. However, if his temperament was really like this, then it was also good. He wouldn't be stingy with saying a few beautiful words. After Yuan Yang left, Mai Hani once again looked at Yan Chutian from the corner of her eyes and deliberately laughed. Haha, this senior brother Yuan is really happy. Hearing this, Yen Chutian indifferently glanced at my honey and said, "Haha, the same goes for you. Fellow Taoist Wu's flattery skill is something that I can't compare to you." My honey's beautiful eyes widened, but when she sensed the surrounding gazes, she didn't do anything in the end. She only shifted her beautiful eyes away as if nothing had happened, but she softly snorted in Yen Chutian's direction. My honey quietly calmed down, but Yen Chutian's reaction was even simpler. He didn't even acknowledge the former, as if he had directly ignored her. At the same time, in the other camp, Ba Xian's face was gloomy as he coldly looked at Yuan Yang's camp where Yen Chutian and my honey were. His gloomy face was precisely because of Yen Chutian. My honey had long been regarded as his exclusive property. Although the two of them didn't seem to have anything on the surface, one of them seemed to have never even stepped onto the Tianfuging fourth floor. He actually dared to walk so close to his own woman. This was simply courting death. When his face was gloomy, someone beside him saw his reaction and immediately walked forward to curry favor with him. "Brother Ba Xian, why do you care? How can that ant compare to brother? With brother here, as long as my honey isn't blind, how could she take a fancy to that ant?" That's right. With brother Ba Xian's talent, he is one of the best among the silver disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. Perhaps that my honey has long been attracted by brother's heroic appearance, but is just too embarrassed to say anything. Listening to the flattery around him, Ba Xian also felt very comfortable. But even if it was comfortable, it couldn't disappear the displeasure in his heart. Seeing his reaction, the person who spoke earlier directly said, "Since brother Ba cares, then find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. I think that after learning his lesson, even if he has any improper thoughts, he will completely give up." And Ba Xian nodded his head heavily. In his mind, he thought of Yen Chutian kowtowing and begging for mercy, as well as my honey's obedient appearance. He was immediately overjoyed. However, he didn't know that looking at his appearance, a look of ridicule quietly surfaced in the depths of the eyes of the flattering fellow beside him. Indeed, he didn't care about Ba Xian at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was Ba Hong's brother, he wouldn't even want to look at him. But if he could use such a simple price to curry favor with Ba Hong, it would be worth it. Because with Ba Hong's strength, it was already very difficult for him to have the chance to curry favor with him. However, how to do it was a problem. After all, the other party had already walked under Yuan Yang's command, and Yuan Yang was like Ba Hong, a genuine Tianfuging seventh floor. More importantly, Yuan Yang had a strange temperament and cared about face. Otherwise, if it was someone else, he should be able to make them ignore him after some negotiation. At the same time, the search for crystal essences in this black abyss continued. Whether it was in Yuan Yang's or Ba Hong's teams, there were disciples who entered the black abyss to search. The only difference was that Ba Hong himself also entered the black abyss and cultivated in seclusion. Yuan Yang just sat cross-legged outside, waiting for the completion of the search for crystal essences in the black abyss. The black abyss wasn't a treasure trove, so even though it wasn't small, it was still dug up in about 2 days. However, after 2 days, the team still hadn't left, because Ba Hong still hadn't come out from the depths of the black abyss. The silver disciples under Ba Hong's command made up more than half of the team, so if he didn't lead the disciples away, Yuan Yang naturally wouldn't either. Otherwise, their team would be torn apart. But with such a weight, how could Yuan Yang's expression be pleasant? That was because he was originally someone who cared a lot about face. However, after waiting like this, the feeling he gave others was that he was inferior to Ba Hong. P.S. Today is the first anniversary of the book's release, and it has already written 9 million words. As a newcomer, I didn't expect it to last until now. However, the problem is obvious. The book's results are not good, and there are no more recommendations. Therefore, Blue Sky didn't have the courage to continue writing this book, and he really couldn't guarantee it. Chapter 762. However, someone like Yuan Yang, who loved face, would not easily get angry. Because if he got angry, he would lose face no matter what. Moreover, he also knew that if he got angry because of such a small matter, not only would he not be able to establish his prestige, it would instead make him seem a little petty. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for too long. Very soon, an extremely huge fluctuation spread out from the black abyss. At the same time, loud laughter resounded between heaven and earth. The laughter came from afar, and in a few breaths of time, it was like thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. Many gazes looked over, and they saw that at some unknown time, there was already a slender figure standing at the edge of the black abyss. The figure stood there, and the aura that leaked out gave people the feeling of a huge mountain. It was as if no matter what kind of attack, it would not be able to shake this huge mountain in the slightest. To appear at such a time and possess such a shocking aura, who else could this slender figure be other than Ba Hong? He is Ba Hong. It was also at this moment that Yen Chutian heard the clear voice that belonged to Mai Hani. Then, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and without any doubt, he was certain of his identity. However, what caught his attention was that at such a close distance, he was even more certain. Sure enough, although Ba Hong and Yuan Yang were both from the Tianfujing 7th floor, his aura was a little stronger than the former's. It was no wonder that more than half of the silver disciples were centered around Ba Hong. It was likely that they could faintly see the difference in strength between the two. Although they were both from the Cloud Sky bloodline, and it was impossible for the two to truly fight, it would make everyone feel more at ease if they followed the stronger one. Haha! I've made Brother Yuan Yang wait for a long time. At the same time, Ba Hong's hearty laughter suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. After hearing such beautiful words, Yuan Yang naturally couldn't be angry anymore and replied with a faint smile. Brother Ba Hong is too polite. As long as Brother Ba Hong's strength can increase after some time, it will be a matter worth celebrating for our entire team. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before taking the lead to lead the disciples in front of them. Although the two of them appeared to be happy and harmonious on the surface, only the depths of their hearts knew what they were truly thinking. However, although Yen Chutian did not know what the two of them were thinking, he could faintly guess what they were thinking from their words. Although the two of them had different personalities, without exception, they both wanted to be the leader of this team. Or it could be said that the relationship between the two was originally balanced, but as Ba Hong continued to grow stronger, it was obvious that he wanted to be the leader by himself. However, Yuan Yang wouldn't back down so easily on this point. Even if he didn't say that he also wanted to be the leader, if he was kicked out of the leader's position, it would be a humiliation for him. Although this situation wasn't good, it wasn't bad either. After all, unity was an extremely common situation. In such a situation where the two of them were almost balanced, it would promote the continuous improvement of the two sides. In other words, the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction had deliberately set the number of leaders of each team to 2 with such intentions. Otherwise, if there were 3 or more people, the situation would be different. Returning to the main topic, they continued to advance with the large team. In the inner area of the Sky Desert, where the crystal essence resources were extremely abundant, they quickly harvested crystal essence again and again. Following behind Mai Hani was already considered a member of Yuan Yang's team. Yen Chutian was naturally also one, and he also harvested a lot of crystal essence. Although the distribution of crystal essence couldn't compare to what he had obtained in the outer area of the Sky Desert, it was also because of the cultivation he displayed now. Yen Chutian wasn't stupid enough to think that everyone would get the same amount of crystal essence. Even so, he was able to obtain a large number of crystal essences of high quality. It was enough to imagine how abundant the crystal essence resources in the inner area of the Sky Desert were. This also made Yen Chutian even more curious about how abundant the crystal essence resources were in a place that could be called a treasure land. However, there was no need to think too much about it. The fact that there were 7th or even 8th grade crystal essence was enough to explain everything. Unfortunately, thinking about this, Yen Chutian couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because he had heard from Maihani that all the factions had at least occupied a treasure land. However, only his Cloud Sky faction hadn't obtained anything. After thinking about it, Yen Chutian didn't probe further. After all, he hadn't even seen a so-called treasure land yet. Even if he did, he couldn't say how to reverse the situation. His current cultivation and strength were still too weak. While Yen Chutian was thinking about this, many disciples had already started to move. Seeing this, he followed them with great familiarity. This was because he knew very well that they were going to enter the mine to search for crystal essence. However, while following the group, even Yen Chutian didn't realize that there were 2 figures secretly following his footstep. Going deep into the mine, although Yen Chutian didn't notice at first, his sharp senses gradually detected the 2 auras that were following him in the dark. This made Yen Chutian slightly puzzled. This was because he didn't know why these 2 people were targeting him. However, after sensing them, he was relieved to find that although these 2 auras weren't weak and were extremely close to the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, they weren't. They hadn't truly stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, even if the 2 of them joined forces, he still had the confidence to fight them. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he deliberately walked into a corner of the mine. He thought that by this time, the 2 of them should have shown up, right? And as expected, after he walked into the corner, the 2 auras that were originally a distance away from him rapidly approached him. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind her. Then, in their eyes, without Yen Chutian being aware of it, the berserk spirit energy suddenly burst out from where the 2 of them were, heading straight for Yen Chutian. However, just as a cold smile was about to appear on their faces, their expressions froze in the next instant. This was because they clearly saw that after their spiritual energy attack burst out unexpectedly, the figure that was heading their way. Like a ghost, the figure of the other party suddenly disappeared from their sight. Seeing that the other party had suddenly disappeared, the 2 of them quickly rushed forward. However, even if they were close, they couldn't detect any of the other party's aura. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "Are you guys looking for me?" The indifferent voice that suddenly sounded suddenly made the 2 of them tense up. Immediately, they retreated at the same time. The spiritual energy around their bodies had already turned into the sharpest sword and shot out together. The owner of this indifferent voice was naturally Yen Chutian. Facing the violent attacks of the 2, he didn't show the slightest bit of panic. On his palm, pure spiritual energy flowed out like a stream and quickly condensed into a light screen in front of him. That violent spirit energy rumbled and slammed heavily into the light screen. Even though the power that spread from the collision was enough to cause cracks to appear in the surrounding space, it was unable to damage the screen of light in the slightest. Regarding this, Yen Chutian's expression was normal. There wasn't the slightest hint of pride because this was something that should be expected in his eyes. However, this scene, in the eyes of the 2 people who gradually saw Yen Chutian's figure, was obviously not something that should be expected. Therefore, the 2 of them couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock in their eyes. Although the 2 of them suddenly launched the attack in a moment of shock, it was still the peak power of the Tianfuging 4th floor. Not to mention that under the joint efforts of the 2 of them, they were confident that even the so-called quasi-5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage would be unable to withstand their joint attack. However, the other party's defense seemed to be able to block their attack so easily. Thinking of this, the 2 of them couldn't help but secretly look at each other. At the same time, the same thought appeared in their minds. It seemed that the other party couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. In fact, it was also true. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to cross the Spirit River and enter the place where the Silver Disciples were fighting. Com. Wonderful Book House. Com. Chapter 763. However, even if Yan Chutian's performance was out of their expectations, that was all there was to it. After all, to be honest, the two of them had only acted in haste just now. If they were to use their full strength, they were confident that no matter how strange their opponent was, he would definitely be defeated by their combined strength. However, they also had their own pride. If their opponent was really a bronze plate disciple who had crossed the Spirit River, they would not have the face to attack him together. Hence, in Yan Chutian's eyes, one of them took a step forward, while the other retreated. They crossed their arms and looked like they were watching a show. As for the person who stepped forward, he immediately raised his face. A rather ferocious face slowly faced Yan Chutian's face. Immediately after, as his spiritual energy rapidly gathered, a cold laugh that contained a hidden sharpness slowly rang out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing how to appreciate favors. You were too close to my honey and offended someone you can't afford to offend. As the cold laugh sounded out, he suddenly stomped on the ground. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of his stomp, a dazzling golden light flowed along the ground like lightning arcs and crazily blasted towards Yan Chutian's location. In just a few breaths' time, Yan Chutian's location was filled with the golden light. Immediately after, it erupted like a volcano and did not calm down for a long time. Looking at this huge commotion, the person who had acted only coldly laughed. However, there was not much joy in his expression. This was because he had no enmity with his opponent. He was only acting on someone else's orders. However, just when he thought that he had dealt with his opponent, he did not expect that when the rumbling sound gradually subsided, an indifferent voice like before suddenly rang out from behind him. Acting on someone else's orders? When the last word was uttered, the figure felt that something was amiss, and as expected, in almost an instant, he felt a fatal threat behind him. This made him unable to think too much. He hurriedly urged the spiritual energy in his body and sternly shouted, "Mysterious lightning shield!" As his shout sounded out, the lightning-like energy rapidly appeared around his body. As they crazily intertwined, a dark-colored light shield protected his body. Following that, the light shield received a berserk attack from behind. However, it was obviously because of the mysterious lightning shield that the figure's face softly relaxed. Indeed, from his point of view, although he did not know how his opponent did it. However, since his profound lightning shield had already taken shape, he would be able to block this attack. When his opponent's attack dissipated, he would no longer underestimate him. He would definitely display his strongest mysterious lightning technique and defeat his opponent in one move. However, although his idea, he did not expect it. After a few breaths' time, the mysterious lightning shield, after blocking for a few breaths' time, there was a clear crackling sound. This made him suddenly thought of something, his expression, of course, his expression, his face constantly. Then, his expression, to the point, of lightning was. This was because he could clearly see that there were already several cracks on his mysterious lightning shield, which were continuously spreading in all directions. He could also feel that the mysterious lightning shield was currently shattered. However, how was this possible? His opponent had not even stepped onto the Tianfuging fourth floor. With such a cultivation, how could he destroy his mysterious lightning shield? However, no one would give him an answer. Yan Chutian was not a soft-hearted person. Even though he was able to tell that the other party had come under the orders of others. Since his opponent had attacked him, he had to be prepared to pay the corresponding price. With this thought, he increased the spiritual energy in his hand by a bit. Even though it was only an increase in strength, the mysterious lightning shield's resistance had already reached its limit. Hence, one could imagine that even though the increase in strength was only an increase in strength, the subsequent effect was to directly cause the mysterious lightning shield, which was already full of cracks, to completely shatter like a rock. Since the profound lightning shield was destroyed, the person hiding behind the profound lightning shield would naturally not be able to escape. The energy that spread out sent him flying like a cannonball. He heavily smashed into the mountain rocks, causing a deafening boom. At the same time, looking at his companion being defeated so cleanly, the other person who was originally prepared to watch a good show was now filled with shock. He also could not imagine that his companion would be defeated so quickly. However, how was this possible? His opponent's cultivation was similar to his own. Even he felt that the mysterious lightning shield's defense was extremely difficult to deal with. However, in the end, how could it be like this? However, just as his heart was trembling, he, who had sharp senses, also felt a fatal threat. Facing this threat, and thinking about his companion's current situation, the first thought that appeared in his mind was to immediately turn around and flee. However, no matter how fast he fled, he could still clearly feel that the threat was not pulled away by him. It was still constantly approaching. As long as he turned around to take a look, he would definitely be able to realize that Yan Chutian's figure had already entangled him like a shadow. This was not Yan Chutian being unforgiving, but since he was his opponent, he had to pay the price. Otherwise, could it be that anyone who casually attacked him, as long as there was a reason, would he have to let them go? Seeing that the other party was already in front of him, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. As he quickly raised his palm, the hidden mysterious yang qi had already surged. Immediately after, he slapped down with his palm. The faintly discernible sealing power was like a chain. It wrapped around the escaping figure. This was the mysterious yang seal. Even if he sensed that something was wrong, and even if he had already crazily circulated his spiritual energy to protect his body, however, when the power of the mysterious yang seal descended, it still forcefully caused the protective spiritual energy to slow down for a moment. This moment might not seem like much, but in reality, the result was enough to determine victory and defeat. The result was the same. When the killing power of the mysterious yang seal truly descended, it took advantage of this moment to heavily smash the other party into the ground and smash him into it. Boom! A huge rumbling sound once again rang out deafeningly. However, after this time, no one would be shocked anymore. Because other than Yan Chutian, the other two were already lying in the messy mountain rocks like dead dogs. Looking at the two of them in such a sorry state, Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent, without the slightest bit of sympathy. In his eyes, the two of them only had themselves to blame. What so-called receiving orders from others? In the end, it was just for their own benefit. In this kind of situation, he might not be able to care about others, but since he had targeted himself, he had to be prepared for what would happen to him. Although he did not show any mercy, the power he displayed when he attacked was not without reservation. He reckoned that the two of them would wake up soon, so he would not be kind enough to do anything to clean up the aftermath. He immediately swaggered out of this remote corner. Speaking of which, the time he had wasted was enough for him to find a lot of crystal essences. At the same time, above the mineral deposit, Ba Hong was in the middle of the group of silver disciples. Ba Xian was surrounded by many people, and the person closest to him was constantly whispering in his ear. Hearing the other party's words, Ba Xian's expression became more and more pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the other party would make a move on that guy so quickly. Although it was impossible to eliminate him like this, it would at least let that guy know how high the sky was. At that time, the other party would definitely not dare to approach my Hani for no reason. Brother Ba Xian, are you satisfied? Seeing the unsuppressible joy on the face of the young man in front of him, the figure smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ba Xian nodded repeatedly, and then looked at the crystal essence mineral deposit in front of him with an undisguised sneer on his face. Haha! My Hani is my woman. Daring to have an ambiguous relationship with my woman, this is the result. Ba Xian's actions naturally did not escape the attention of the center of the crowd, which was Ba Hong. However, Ba Hong did not care about this. He did not care what Ba Xian would do. He would take care of it, but he would not allow others to touch a single hair on his little brother under his watch. In other words, Ba Xian could touch others, but not vice versa. This was the principle of him, Ba Hong. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 764. Although they had been delayed for some time, Yan Chutian was the first to leave before the other disciples who had entered the crystal marrow mine after searching for a short period of time. When he walked out of the mine and returned to Yuan Yang's team, Ba Xian, who was in Ba Hong's silver disciple team, suddenly had an ugly smile on his face. The reason for that was because he had imagined that Wang Zhong would be covered in dust and even riddled with injuries. However, the current Wang Zhong did not appear to be injured in the slightest. In fact, Ba Xian was unable to tell which part of Wang Zhong's body had been attacked. At the same time, not to mention Ba Xian, even the expression of the other person behind him changed abruptly. That person stared fixedly at Yan Chutian's figure. The light in his eyes seemed as if he was trying to see through Yan Chutian's body. However, no matter how hard he tried to see through Yan Chutian's body, how could he possibly see through it? Wang Chen, why is that ant completely unscathed? Finally, Ba Xian was no longer able to suppress the thoughts in his heart. He turned around and anxiously asked the person beside him. If Wang Zhong was completely unscathed the entire time, then wouldn't his earlier smile and ridicule make him appear like a fool? How could the prideful Ba Xian possibly accept such a thing? Wang Chen found it difficult to answer Ba Xian's question. In the end, he could only narrow his eyes and indicate to the two figures behind him. After receiving the signal from Wang Chen's eyes, the two of them rapidly entered the crystal marrow mine. A short moment later, one could see that the two of them were carrying the two people that had been knocked unconscious by Yan Chutian earlier. Seeing the two of them, not to mention Ba Xian, even Wang Chen narrowed his eyes once again. Then, he looked in the direction of Yuan Yang's group again. Following that, a cold laugh slowly sounded. Haha, brother Ba Xian, it seems that this guy is not as simple as we had imagined him to be. At the same time, at a certain location in Yuan Yang's group of silver disciples, Yan Chutian was coldly watching the movements of Ba Xian and Wang Chen. At this point, how could he not understand who the culprit behind all of this was? In fact, Yan Chutian had more or less confirmed this when he sensed the emotions of the other party before they carried the two people up. But now it was completely confirmed. Looking at the commotion, Yan Chutian understood that the other party had already viewed him as a thorn in their side. He didn't think that my Hani was in Yuan Yang's team, so she would know about his identity. Thus, in other words, it could only be said that the other party was truly too narrow-minded. Since the other party had already taken the initiative to attack him, then he, Yan Chutian, was not an easy persimmon to be bullied either. As long as he found the opportunity, he would definitely let the other party have a taste of what it meant to be targeted. Just as Yan Chutian was looking into the distance, my Hani had unknowingly approached him. However, my Hani was ultimately my Hani. Even if Yan Chutian had not paid attention to her at first, after sensing the changes in the gazes of the surrounding crowd, he had noticed her approach. It seems that the miserable state of the two people over at Ba Xian's side is related to you. Approaching Yan Chutian, my Hani slowly said as if nothing had happened. Hearing those words, Yan Chutian's heart couldn't help but jump. However, he remained extremely calm on the surface as he replied with a question. Oh? How did fellow Taoist Wu know? Hearing that, my Hani still acted as if nothing had happened. She didn't even look at Yan Chutian. Clearly, she also knew that with her popularity, if she were to interact with him, It would truly attract too much attention. I didn't notice it at first, but the condition of those two people didn't seem to be injured by the marrow beast. Furthermore, your reaction is extremely different from many others, Maihani said softly. Hearing her soft words, Yen Chutian also understood that the other party had seen through his expression just now. This was not a good thing for him. Therefore, Yen Chutian quickly replied, "Then it seems that fellow Taoist Wu is wrong. I haven't even stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor, so I don't have that kind of strength. However, fellow Taoist is so concerned about me. Could it be that the favor of saving your life that day has already caused you to secretly have feelings for me, your savior? If that's the case, I don't mind having an in-depth exchange with fellow Taoist Wu, Maihani." Hearing Yen Chutian's string of words, Maihani's expression was still calm at first, but she retorted in her heart. "It would be strange if you didn't have that kind of strength." That day, the owner of the mark was a true fifth level of the Heaven Palace stage, but he was still lured away by you. However, after hearing Yen Chutian's following words, how could Maihani remain calm? She didn't deny that she had paid more attention to the former than others. But what did he mean by secretly having feelings for her? There was no such thing. An in-depth exchange? Dream on. Humph, hooligan. In a fit of anger, Maihani couldn't help but snort at Yen Chutian. Only then did she take a few steps back with a slightly red face. Perhaps the surrounding people didn't notice the commotion from before, but Maihani's snort and her slightly red face were caught by many people. In an instant, many of the surrounding gazes became extremely fervent. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as though Maihani was being teased and embarrassed by the former's words. Within the group with Ba Hong at the center, Ba Xian's expression became increasingly ugly as he looked at the movements of the other group. Even he had never seen Maihani's blushing, shy appearance. Yet, she actually displayed it in front of that ant. How could he not be jealous and furious? Similarly, looking at the movements of the other group and sensing Ba Xian's extreme anger, Wang Chun took advantage of the situation and said, "Sai, looks like this brat knows quite a bit. He has to use flowery words. If this continues, perhaps even Maihani will be deceived by him. Wang Chun, I want him dead." Ba Xian's face was filled with resentment as he spoke through clenched teeth. Hearing his words, Wang Chun revealed a faint smile on his face as he slowly spoke. "Brother Ba Xian, everyone in this desert has a protective nameplate. Therefore, it won't be easy to kill him. However, at the very least we can still eliminate him from this desert world. What are you planning to do? Brother Ba Xian, don't worry. This time, I, Wang Chun, will ensure that nothing goes wrong." Calmly sitting down, Yen Chutian once again used the crystal essences he had obtained to research the Heaven's Palace. The so-called research naturally meant that he would continuously grind on the original foundation. Although this result wouldn't greatly increase the foundation of his Heaven's Palace, it would still increase. However, it could still accumulate bit by bit. Yen Chutian was very clear that since Ba Xian had made a move, he definitely wouldn't let it go. With his identity, the next person to make a move against him would probably be a true fifth-level Heaven's Palace cultivator. However, against a fifth-level Heaven's Palace cultivator, the current him wasn't enough. At most, he could only deal with them and wait for an opportunity to escape. However, if the other party directly sent two people, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with them, let alone escape. The reason for all of this was that his current cultivation was still too weak. If he stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor, then even a fifth-level Heaven's Palace cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In fact, they might even be defeated by him. This was because Yen Chutian had long estimated that if he broke through to the Tianfuging fourth floor, the common range of his Heaven's Palace would exceed 50,000 feet. It would reach 52,000 feet or even higher. Such a range of Heaven's Palace was something that even some fifth-level Heaven's Palace cultivators couldn't achieve. Therefore, What reason did Yen Chutian have to fear a fifth-level Heaven's Palace cultivator? However, the situation was indeed very clear after the breakthrough, but before the breakthrough it was still not a small problem. Moreover, how exactly to find the opportunity to break through was even more important. After thinking about it, in Yen Chutian's opinion, he could only enter the crystal essence mine more and search for high-grade crystal essences in the future. As Yen Chutian gradually mingled with the silver token disciples, a figure finally passed through a certain part of the Spirit River and appeared on the land that belonged to the silver token disciples. If Yen Chutian was present, he definitely wouldn't be unfamiliar with this person. Because this person was Yi Linlang. Yi Linlang was no different from before. The only difference was that his current cultivation was no longer at the peak of the third-level Heaven's Palace cultivator, but the true time-fuging fourth floor. Obviously, before entering the inner area of the Heaven Desert, he actually found the opportunity to break through. Chapter 765. In the depths of the cloud-shrouded mountain forest, the rich aura of crystal marrow continued to spread out. Anyone with experience would know that this was a sign of the appearance of a crystal marrow mine. Thus, this scene also caused the disciples of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong's factions to be extremely excited. They all had a hunch that this was probably the place with the densest crystal marrow they had ever felt on their way here, apart from the treasured lands. Looking at the cloud-shrouded mountain forest in front of them, not to mention them, even Yuan Yang and Ba Hong had a rare look of surprise on their faces. They had never felt such an aura of crystal marrow outside of treasure lands. So, was it possible that this was another undiscovered land of marrow crystals? Similarly, at this moment, Yen Chutian's face was also filled with unconcealable surprise. Compared to before, he was no longer ignorant of the situation in the inner area of the Sky Desert. Therefore, he also knew that the mountain forest in front of him was not one of the 21 known or 5 new crystal marrow treasure lands. Therefore, even he could not help but think, could it be that this was a hidden treasure land, and they had stumbled upon it by chance? If so, this was an unimaginable opportunity. More importantly, the location of this mountain forest was extremely hidden, so it was very likely that their group of disciples from the Cloud-Sky bloodline could easily occupy it. However, without really exploring it, no one could know whether this mountain forest could be regarded as a treasure land or not. At the same time, both Yuan Yang and Ba Hong naturally didn't restrict their disciples and allowed them to step into the mountain forest. After all, even they couldn't wait to enter this possible crystal marrow treasure land. Many disciples moved, and Yen Chutian naturally didn't hesitate. Spiritual energy rose from his feet, and he quickly rushed into the mountain forest. Behind him, looking at Yen Chutian's back, Maihani couldn't help but frown slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, her usual temperament caused her red lips to open slightly, but not a single sound came out. Before stepping into the mountain forest, perhaps even Yen Chutian had been attracted by the astonishing aura of crystal essence. Therefore, even though the mountain forest was shrouded in clouds and mist, he did not pay it any mind. However, after stepping into the forest, the fog in the forest became thicker and thicker, to the point where it was enough to confuse and disorientate people. Yen Chutian finally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his perception quickly spread out. When the outside world had just opened, the mountain forest was not very large. At most, it could only be considered a mountain range. But now, as his perception spread out, this forest shrouded in clouds and mist seemed to be endless. What was even stranger was that he couldn't sense a single aura of cultivation in the direction of his perception. Such a situation immediately made Yen Chutian extremely vigilant. Although he had rushed in a hurry, the entire group of disciples had stepped into the forest. No matter what, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. But no matter how doubtful he was, the surrounding mountain forest was still silent. There was not the slightest movement. The only thing that was present was the rich crystal essence aura that had been there since the beginning. But at this moment, when he carefully sensed it, he couldn't distinguish the source. In such a situation, Yen Chutian knew that if he waited in place, it would be no different from waiting for death. But even if he wanted to move, he couldn't act rashly. If he acted rashly, it would be no different from waiting for death. Moreover, he was not really without means. No matter what, he still had the spiritual eye. Facing the current situation, it would be more or less useful. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes slightly, and a vertical eye gradually opened between his eyebrows. And this vertical eye between his eyebrows was naturally the spiritual eye. Using the spiritual eye to scan the surrounding world, the spiritual eye did not disappoint Yen Chutian. Wherever he looked, the originally extremely dense fog around him showed signs of rapidly thinning. But after all, it was only thinning. Although the fog was thin, it did not dissipate. In other words, Yen Chutian's spiritual eye was indeed effective against the white fog, but its effect was ultimately limited. This scene made Yen Chutian sigh helplessly. But it also made him more or less understand that this mountain forest was most likely a natural array. Arrays were divided into two types, natural and man-made. But even if it was man-made, it could greatly increase the power of the array under the right time and place, and even reach a level far beyond its original level. Therefore, one could imagine how terrifying the power of a natural array, which could only be formed under the right time and place, could be. Only in this way could the power of the spiritual eye be greatly limited. Otherwise, even if an ordinary array could not be seen through at a glance, it would not have such little effect. Speaking of which, it was not that Yen Chutian had never encountered a natural array before. It was just that the one in front of him had reached an extremely tricky level. Knowing this, Yen Chutian could not continue to stay in the same place. Instead, he used his spiritual eye to scan the area and slowly explored the path forward. But in reality, even he himself did not know where it would lead to. At most, he could only guarantee that there would not be any hidden dangers in the surroundings. After exploring for an unknown period of time, Yen Chutian, with his sharp senses, suddenly felt a trace of bloody aura in the area in front of him. But separated by the fog, even he could not see it clearly from afar. He could only follow this trace of aura and approach the area in front of him. After approaching, he could finally see clearly that there was a vine hanging down from the crown of the giant tree in front of him. At the root of the vine hung a pale-faced youth with his eyes tightly shut. Although Yen Chutian did not know who this person was, he could roughly guess that this person should be a disciple of his Cloud Sky faction. As for the bloody aura, it came from the abdomen of this youth that was pierced by the vine. Yen Chutian could even see that there was a pool of blood on the ground. Knowing that the other party was a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, Yen Chutian did not think too much about it. He immediately released his spiritual power and slashed at the vine with his palm as a blade. But just as he slashed out with his spiritual power, the vine seemed to have sensed something and quickly swung to the other side. At the same time, Yen Chutian also sensed that the surrounding scene had suddenly changed at this moment. The forest and fog were still there, but the giant tree and the hanging youth with the vine had disappeared. Instead, on the ground in front of him, there was an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow surging. The intensity of the aura was even close to the quasi-grade 7 crystal marrow that Yen Chutian had seen that day. But even though this scene was extremely realistic, how could Yen Chutian, who had seen the previous scene with his own eyes, be confused at this moment? Without any explanation, the spiritual power in his hand gathered again. Then, numerous sharp blades were formed and continuously bombarded the source of the so-called rich aura of crystal marrow. Attacks were launched one after another. Yen Chutian heard a sharp scream in front of him at the first moment. Then, the scene in front of him shattered like glass. When the scene became clear again, he saw that the original giant tree had appeared again. However, at this moment, there were several large cracks on the trunk of the giant tree. From those cracks there was a scarlet-red liquid that was extremely similar to fresh blood that was continuously flowing out. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian gradually understood. Sure enough, in this strange desert world, how could there only be creatures like the marrow beast existing? At least in this forest, there was such a tree-like creature. Moreover, compared to the marrow beast, this tree-like creature seemed to have more spiritual intelligence. It actually knew how to use the natural array of this forest as a means of confusion. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian showed no mercy. Spiritual power surged again, and sharp blades shot out continuously, directly cutting the tree-like creature from the trunk. With the trunk cut off, the tree-like creature did not even have the time to let out a scream before it fell down, blood gushing out. Since this tree monster-like creature had already died, the young man who was originally bound by its tree vines naturally fell down and smashed into the ground. Chapter 766. Pada Pada. In the dark and misty forest, a bonfire was quietly lit. The dim yellow light seemed to have become the only light in the forest, and also the source of warmth. As if he felt the warmth, the young man who had been unconscious for a long time finally opened his eyes in a daze. The moment he opened his eyes, the young man's face was filled with confusion. However, the intense pain that came from his abdomen caused him to suddenly recall something. Immediately after, he hurriedly looked at his abdomen. The glaring bloodstains were extremely conspicuous. Even though his flesh and blood had healed due to the nourishment of the spiritual energy, it was not difficult to know how ferocious and terrifying the wound was. However, it was also because of this scene that the young man, who was not a fool, was able to think that someone must have saved him. Otherwise, even if he could escape this calamity, his nameplate would shatter and he would be teleported out of this desert world. Therefore, he hurriedly swept his gaze around. In less than a breath's time, his eyes met with a pair of bright and beautiful eyes that seemed to be emitting a bright light even in the dark night. "It's you!" At the same time, the young man could not help but exclaim out loud. He thought that someone had saved him. However, he never thought that the person who saved him would actually be him. When his gaze met the young man's, the shock on his face and the exclamation of surprise were naturally incomparably clear to Yen Chutian. As a result, his eyes couldn't help but flicker, because it seemed that the other party recognized him. However, even if the other party recognized him, there was nothing strange about it. After all, he had appeared with my Hani. Whether it was Yuan Yang or the silver disciple under Bahong, they had all seen him. However, what made Yen Chutian slightly concerned was that the other party did indeed recognize him, but the feeling that was unintentionally revealed seemed to have an additional trace of guilt. Even though this trace of guilt looked extremely inconspicuous, it was enough for him to keenly sense that this young man did not simply recognize him. In fact, Yen Chutian's feeling wasn't wrong. This young man should have a guilty conscience against Yen Chutian. That was because he had already secretly received orders from Wang Chen to find Wang Chen after entering this mountain forest and find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thus, even though he had found the other party was using the identity of his savior. Thus, how could the young man be calm and not feel guilty? However, no matter how resourceful Yen Chutian was, it was impossible for him to know what he was thinking from the hint of guilt that he revealed. However, with his sharp mind, he had already paid more attention to this young man. "You can continue to recover. I will protect you." Soon after, Yen Chutian did not say anything else. He faintly spat out these words before slowly withdrawing. Soon after, he seemed to have merged into the darkness and was difficult to find. However, even if Yen Chutian didn't do that, how could this young man have the courage to sense his location? Right now, he was only afraid that his identity and purpose would be discovered by Wang Chen. If he was discovered, he didn't think that Wang Chen would show any mercy. After all, even though he was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage and was extremely confident that he could suppress Wang Qin, it was just words. Like words, it was something that had happened in the past. Right now, he was seriously injured and his cultivation was less than 10%. Even someone who had just entered the Heavenly Palace stage could easily injure him. Not to mention that Wang Qin was at the perfect 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Thus, the young man hurriedly withdrew his aura and quickly recovered. At this moment, when he carefully sensed his condition, his expression became even uglier. The injuries he had suffered were simply too great. This didn't mean that the injury on his abdomen was serious, but that a lot of his essence blood had been devoured. However, essence blood was something that nourished the body and even the Heavenly Palace. How could it be lacking? Blood pearl fruit. This situation caused him to suddenly think of a heavenly treasure. This was because the healing effect of this heavenly treasure was extremely suitable for his current situation. However, when he thought of the blood pearl fruit, the young man's expression became even uglier. After all, he didn't have any blood pearl fruit on him. Moreover, in this heavenly desert world, where would there be natural treasures? After understanding his situation, the young man's expression became even uglier. However, even without the blood pearl fruit, he had to bite the bullet and begin to heal his injuries. Otherwise, in this heavenly desert, he would only be a useless burden that everyone could step on. When the young man braced himself and began to recover, although Yan Chutian was vigilant against him, she still did as she said and obediently carried out the task of guarding him. As the night deepened, Yan Chutian suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the young man's recovery. Almost 6 hours had passed, but the blood qi emitted from his body was still very thin. Even his face was still pale. Although Yan Chutian was puzzled, he quickly thought of something. This was probably because Wang Qin didn't have a natural treasure that could deal with such a situation. If it was outside the heavenly desert, Yan Chutian definitely wouldn't be a good person. However, in this heavenly desert, the cloud sky bloodline was weak. Hence, he couldn't bear to see a disciple of the cloud sky bloodline in such a situation. Otherwise, how could the cloud sky bloodline, which was weak to begin with, fight against the other 7 bloodlines? Hence, in the darkness, a blood-colored fruit slowly appeared in Yan Chutian's palm. Immediately after, he used his spiritual energy to wrap the blood-colored fruit and swept it in front of the young man. The blood-colored fruit was the blood pearl fruit. When the blood pearl fruit swept in front of the young man, Yan Chutian's indifferent voice slowly rang out. This blood pearl fruit should make up for the essence blood that you devoured. You don't have to feel that you owe me anything. You can return this natural treasure to me after leaving the heavenly desert. When Yan Chutian said that, even though the young man hesitated, he had no reason to refute. Furthermore, this blood pearl fruit was what he urgently needed. Hence, how could he say no? After hesitating for a while, the young man finally gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood pearl fruit. However, at the same time, he didn't forget to look at Yan Chutian and hurriedly said, "I owe you this blood pearl fruit. I owe you this blood pearl fruit. Once I, Pan Yu, leave this heaven desert, I will definitely repay you." Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't say anything and only gave a faint end sound. Then, in the darkness, he fell silent again. However, although Yan Chutian appeared calm, Pan Yu, who had already consumed the blood pearl fruit, wasn't as calm. One must know that he had accepted the mission to teach the other party a lesson. However, now, he had to be under the other party's control and kindness to be able to protect and recover himself. For Pan Yu, who had always been prideful, how could he accept this? He wasn't an ungrateful and shameless person. He was extremely conflicted in his heart. However, as the medicinal power of the blood pearl fruit was gradually refined, he temporarily put these conflicted emotions aside. This was because the most important thing now was to refine the blood pearl fruit and recover himself. This blood pearl fruit wasn't easy to obtain and he didn't want to waste it. Furthermore, even if the other party had a second blood pearl fruit, he wasn't shameless enough to hide the truth from the other party and accept the second blood pearl fruit. As the medicinal power of the blood pearl fruit was gradually refined and absorbed, Pan Yu could clearly feel that the remnant essence blood in his body was being replenished bit by bit. Although this replenishment wasn't eye-catching, it was undoubtedly like rain after a long drought to him. How could he not feel it clearly? Although the blood pearl fruit wasn't some sort of precious natural treasure, it was able to bring out such an excellent effect when used in the most appropriate place. While Pan Yu was gradually recovering, Yan Chutian, apart from guarding him, also began to wholeheartedly investigate the natural spirit formation. Although the natural formation had the advantage of time and place, and there were almost no flaws or loopholes to speak of, there should still be a formation core in the formation. The core of the formation meant that there was a way to escape. Even if he could be safe and sound in the natural formation and continue to search for crystal essences, he couldn't guarantee that all the disciples who entered the forest would be able to do so. Therefore, he had to find a safe exit as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be disciples of the Cloud Sky lineage who might be eliminated like Pan Yu. Chapter 767. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian was slightly relieved. Fortunately, the disciples who entered the mountain forest were all at least silver disciples of the Tianfuging fourth floor. With their cultivation, even if they couldn't break through the natural formation, they would at least have the ability to protect themselves when they encountered danger. In the end, there were only a few people who were careless like Pan Yu. But if it were the bronze plate disciples in the outer perimeter of the desert, Yan Chutian wouldn't even think about it. He was afraid that by the time he found the safe passage to leave, there wouldn't be many disciples left in the forest. Returning to the topic at hand, as Yan Chutian sat cross-legged in silence, the experience he had accumulated over the years rapidly surged into his mind. Moreover, compared to his previous life, he had been digesting the formation inheritance of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign, which had given him a lot of enlightenment. The formations in the world were ever-changing and were not the same, but there were always similarities between them. Of course, it was also because of these similarities that there was an accurate and unified division of the array Tao levels. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian was asked to study the formation of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign. This would greatly improve his formation skills. The vast amount of experience that Shao Chen had accumulated in his previous life, as well as the array formation inheritance left behind by the Great Spirit Human Venerate in this life, gave him a deeper understanding of the array Tao than he had in his previous life. Finally, when Yan Chutian used his spiritual eye to scan the surrounding forest, he noticed something unusual. Because even though this was clearly a natural formation, under Yan Chutian's careful observation, he actually found a similarity in the great formation of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign that he had obtained. Of course, this was impossible. It was the Great Spirit Human Venerable who had predicted Yan Chutian's situation. Moreover, this feeling was only a small part of the great formation that he had studied. In other words, it could only be said that the Great Spirit Human Venerate was too resourceful. At the very least, he had reached a level that even Yan Chutian could not imagine. This was a formation that he had spent a lot of effort to leave behind. It was all-encompassing. Even if it was a naturally formed formation, one could still find similarities within it. However, this did not make Yan Chutian happy for more than a few breaths. This was because he quickly realized that he had not completely digested even a single corner of the inheritance formation that was similar to this natural formation. In other words, even if he knew that he could find a way out of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign's formation, he couldn't do it in a short time. However, at a time like this, it was impossible for him to sit down and comprehend and digest the grand formation left behind by the Great Spirit Human Sovereign, because even if he only needed to digest a corner of it, he couldn't predict how much time he would need to fully comprehend it. However, this process would definitely take a long time. It was even possible that due to his own cultivation, he would not be able to comprehend it. Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian could only use the corner of the formation that he had already digested to delay the location of the formation core. Although it was extremely difficult to do so, and even if the formation I was deduced, the location would still be extremely inaccurate. However, no matter what, he could at least save a lot of time. As a result, Yen Chutian spent the rest of the night in such a deduction process. Such a deduction was within his expectations as well. Such a consumption could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, this kind of consumption was even more harmful to the mind. Compared to the consumption of spiritual power, it was something that could easily make one weak. However, with such a price, it was not without gains. After deducing for the rest of the night, Yen Chutian finally deduced the location of the formation core. This allowed Yen Chutian to let out a sigh of relief, but it didn't mean that he could relax. After all, the location that was deduced was too ambiguous. He had to personally explore it to be sure. At the same time, he also took the time to look at where Pan Yu was. At that moment, the latter was still recovering. Hence, he did not disturb him. He only raised his hand gently. As the spirit power in his palm gathered, it condensed into a ball of spiritual aura and descended beside him. This ball of spiritual aura, Pan Yu would naturally understand it after he woke up. As long as he lightly touched it, he would know the information that Lin Fan left for him. After leaving this ball of spiritual aura, Yen Chutian did not immediately leave. Instead, he continued to move around Pan Yu. After half an hour after the alert formation around him slowly appeared, Yen Chutian finally prepared to leave. This alert formation would give Pan Yu an early warning. When foreign objects approached, Pan Yu would be alerted in advance. Regardless of whether it was escaping or resisting, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. After doing all this, Yen Chutian's spirit power rose from the bottom of his feet. He directly controlled the spirit power and swept towards the depths of the forest where the formation core was located. This sweep took almost half a day's time. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. However, the forest was always covered in fog. It covered all aspects and did not leave any gap. Perhaps it was because Yen Chutian was constantly getting closer to the formation that the fog in the surrounding forest was constantly becoming thicker. Even his spiritual eye appeared to be rather strained in the face of such a situation. At this time, Yen Chutian could only rely on the deduction in his mind to determine the general direction to go. Passing through layers of white fog, Yen Chutian's eyes seemed to be constantly repeating the same scene in front of him. Finally, at a certain moment, a ray of red light flashed in front of his eyes and finally caught his attention. Yen Chutian took a few steps forward and suddenly saw that in the dense forest in front of him, there was actually a wide open space. The so-called red light came from this open space. On top of a giant fallen tree, the flames that were constantly burning shone over. However, if he said that this was just an ordinary flame, he would be too careless. With Yen Chutian's eyesight, he could clearly see that this flame was strangely absorbing the scarlet liquid that was constantly flowing out from the gaps in the giant tree. This suddenly made Yen Chutian think of a possibility. He was afraid that this flame-like substance was also a unique life form in this natural formation. As for the current situation, it was like a good show where the strong preyed on the weak. However, for this kind of law of the jungle, he naturally did not have any intention of interfering. He immediately took a step forward and was about to quietly cross over. However, just as he was about to cross over, the sharp-eyed Yen Chutian suddenly noticed that in a corner in another direction, a pretty face was filled with solemnity. Furthermore, it had a hint of covetousness as it watched the scene in the middle of the open space where the strong preyed on the weak. If the other party was someone else, even if Yen Chutian noticed, he would not pay much attention to it. However, this was not someone else, but my Hani, who he had come into contact with not long ago. He never would have thought that he would actually meet my Hani here. Moreover, it was fine to meet her, but what was the meaning of my Hani's actions? Could it be that she wanted to attack that strange flame-like creature? As if to answer Yen Chutian's confusion, in the next moment, my Hani, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly raised her jade hand. As she raised her jade hand, a vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly swept out, directly shrouding the flame creature that was tirelessly absorbing from the giant tree's branches. However, this flame creature was obviously not unaware. Almost in an instant, the originally mild flames on its body suddenly swept out crazily. The raging flames instantly burned and broke the space, and also burned the spiritual energy that enveloped my Hani into nothingness. However, my Hani had obviously expected this situation. Instead, she took this opportunity to directly show herself. At the same time, as her jade foot lightly stepped on the ground, the seemingly gentle but extremely tough spiritual energy rapidly spread out along the ground. This time, the flame creature continued to incite its own flames, as if it wanted to continue resisting the former's attack. However, this time, my Hani's method was different from before, so how could it be so easily blocked again? It was clearly visible that the spiritual energy rapidly spread along the ground. When the spiritual energy spread to the flame creature's body, it suddenly rushed out of the ground, forming chains that bound it. However, this time, no matter how terrifying the flames were, to the point where it could melt the space, it was unable to melt the spiritual energy chains. Or rather, even if the flames could melt the spiritual energy chains, at the same time it was melting the spiritual energy. An endless stream of spiritual energy continuously surged from the ground. Such a situation seemed to have formed a cycle. As long as the cycle was not broken, the spiritual energy chains could not be truly melted. Chapter 768. In such a situation, my Hani's fair and delicate face revealed a touch of joy. However, just as she moved her hand slightly, wanting to gather her spiritual energy along the ground and drag the flame creature in front of her, unexpectedly, the flame creature, which was originally calm, began to surge violently around it. The terrifying fluctuation that erupted from the overflowing flame was much more terrifying than before. Obviously, my Hani did not expect such a situation. Therefore, in the next instant, a crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. When the cracking sound was heard, my Hani's face changed because she could clearly feel that the flame creature, which was bound by her spiritual energy, had broken free from her spiritual energy chains. However, how could this be? She knew all too well that with the flame creature's temperament, it would definitely escape at the first moment. However, even if she knew this, my Hani was completely helpless because she could not do anything in such a short time. Therefore, under her eyes, my Hani could only watch as the flame creature, which had broken free from her spiritual energy chains, rapidly rushed towards the ground. She knew very well that as long as it touched the ground, the flame creature would be able to escape and disappear at the fastest speed. However, just as my Hani was feeling helpless, a mysterious power suddenly swept over from another direction. This mysterious power appeared without anyone noticing, so not to mention my Hani, even the flame creature could not react in time. It was hit head-on and immediately bound and sealed. However, even if it was bound and sealed, the flame creature would not be caught without a fight. The flames around its body once again surged wildly like before. However, this time, even though the flames around Wu Hani's body had clearly been able to melt Wu Hani's spiritual energy chains, they were unable to do anything to the mysterious power that was currently entangling them. Looking at the scene of the flame creature being trapped, Wu Hani was also stunned. Soon after, she hurriedly looked towards the surrounding area with her beautiful eyes. How could she not understand that she was not the only one who was hiding in the dark? However, when her beautiful eyes looked over and gradually locked onto a certain figure, the original caution and solemnity immediately vanished like smoke into thin air, and it was replaced by joy and surprise that was difficult to suppress. "It's you." As for the figure that my Hani locked onto, it could only be Yen Chutian. Seeing that it was my Hani, he had no intention of continuing to hide and was waiting for her to capture the flame creature before revealing himself. However, he did not expect that he would have to make a move before revealing himself. This move did not disgrace him, or rather, it should be said that the mysterious Yang Qi had never disappointed him. Since the profound Yang Qi had trapped the flame creature, Yen Chutian only needed to lightly move her hand to directly drag the flame creature over, making it appear in front of her. At this moment, my Hani also controlled her spiritual power, wrapped in a unique fragrance of a woman, and arrived in front of him. However, her attention was no longer on the flame creature, but shifted to Yen Chutian. However, my Hani quickly realized that it was inappropriate for her to do this. Therefore, with a dry cough, she looked at the flame creature that was still bound by Yen Chutian's mysterious Yang Qi. Looking at this scene, she could not help but curl her lips and say, "You're really lucky. You were just one step away and this thing fell into your hands." Hearing this, Yen Chutian could not help but frown. Because from my Hani's tone, this flame creature was useful to him? However, he simply couldn't think of any use for the existence of such a strange creature. At the same time, she seemed to have noticed Yen Chutian's expression. My Hani apparently expected something and immediately asked, "Don't tell me, you still don't know the use of this thing?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian did not feel ashamed and nodded generously. Seeing that he nodded, my Hani did not hesitate. She slowly walked to the flame creature and said slowly, "You should first remove the power that trapped it." After my Hani's voice fell, Yen Chutian dispersed the mysterious Yang Qi. As soon as the mysterious Yang Qi dissipated, the flame creature that was freed from the shackles naturally fled frantically to the ground. However, my Hani, who had been prepared for this, how could she just watch it escape? Almost at the moment when the mysterious Yang Qi dissipated, a wave-like spiritual power continued to spread from her white jade-like palm. Layers of spiritual power quickly spread and wrapped the flame creature. This situation seemed to be the flame creature's greatest fear. Therefore, in an instant it let out a sharp shriek. However, no matter how sharp it shrieked, my Hani did not hesitate in the slightest. Spiritual energy continued to descend, completely enveloping the flaming creature. The next step was to refine it. It was indeed refining. After a few breaths of time, Yen Chutian suddenly understood something. Because during the refining, an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow was constantly spreading from the flame creature's body. This made Yen Chutian faintly think that this flame creature couldn't have been transformed from a crystal essence, right? The aura of crystal marrow in this strange mountain forest is extremely rich and is almost everywhere. However, the real crystal marrow is nowhere to be found. However, I inadvertently discovered that the source of the strange creatures of the 5 elements in this mountain forest is actually crystal marrow. Therefore, I'm afraid that it's not that crystal marrow is difficult to find in this mountain forest, but that for some reason, these crystal marrows have an indescribable spirituality. After hearing my Hani's words, how could Yen Chutian, who already knew that this mountain forest was a natural array, not understand what was going on? The existence of a natural array proved that this place was at the right time and place. The existence of the tree demon was a proof. As for the crystal marrow, it was obvious that under the right time and place, it could not only nourish the crystal marrow beast, but also give birth to a wisp of spirituality. This situation could only be said to be the work of the gods. While Yen Chutian gradually understood the situation before him, my Hani had already completely refined the flame creature. After completely refining, all the flames had disappeared. The only thing left was a crystal that constantly emitted a rich aura of crystal marrow. This crystal was the crystal marrow, and the number of crystal marrow in the crystal had reached 5. In other words, this was a 5th-grade crystal marrow. 5th-grade crystal marrow. Mai Hani's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yan Chutian somewhat angrily. This was because even she did not expect that the incarnation of this flame creature was actually a 5th-grade crystal marrow. One must know that before this, the crystal marrow she refined was at most a quasi-5th-grade crystal marrow. However, even if she was dissatisfied, Mai Hani still handed the 5th-grade crystal marrow in her hand to Yan Chutian. After receiving the 5th-grade crystal marrow, Yan Chutian was not pleasantly surprised by the crystal marrow itself, but by the fact that he had discovered such a situation. This meant that he had grasped the method to find crystal marrows in this mountain forest. As long as he could find a strange creature of the 5 elements like this flame creature, he would be able to refine it into the main body of the crystal marrow. Moreover, Yan Chutian could also imagine that the stronger the creature of the 5 elements he found, the higher the crystal marrow of its main body would be. As he thought of this, he began to look forward to meeting the last powerful creature of the 5 elements and obtaining the 6th grade or even 7th grade crystal marrow after refining it. Of course, no matter how much he looked forward to it, Yan Chutian would never forget his proper business. Even if he wanted to find such a strange creature of the 5 elements, he could only go to the formation core of this natural formation. Humph, this lady told you such a secret. Are you not going to call me senior sister and thank me? At the same time, Mai Hani's soft snort suddenly sounded again. This time, Yan Chutian did not ignore her. Instead, he solemnly bowed and said, "Junior brother thanks senior sister Wu." Mai Hani clearly did not expect that Yan Chutian would really call her senior sister. Therefore, her originally proud expression could not help but change. At the same time, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Clearly unable to bear this feeling, she hurriedly said, all right, don't call me senior sister Wu. Just hearing it gives me goosebumps." Yan Chutian could not help but sigh softly at Mai Hani's reaction. A woman's heart was really like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. He had to go along with it to express his gratitude. He did not expect that this would provoke her dissatisfaction. Chapter 769. Outside the vast mountain forest shrouded in clouds and mist, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Not to mention the chirping of insects and birds, even the sound of wind was pitifully rare. However, no matter how eternal the silence was, there would eventually be a time when it would be broken. At some point in time, an extremely large group of disciples suddenly flew over from outside the mountain range. In the end, the figures, who were at least at the time-fuging 4th floor realm, landed on the forest one after another. Their different gazes were naturally locked onto the mountain forest in front of them, which was extremely conspicuous due to the clouds and mist. Furthermore, it was filled with dense crystal essence aura. Since they were all silver disciples, with their keen sense of smell, they could naturally guess what was going on. Therefore, the pairs of eyes that stared at the mountain forest couldn't help but reveal an unconcealable passion. What a dense crystal essence aura! At the front of the group, a figure with a rather hot figure dressed in red stepped on the auspicious clouds of spiritual energy and gradually descended in front of the mountain range. Haha! I'm afraid that this mountain forest is equivalent to a treasure ground. Immediately after, the hot figure, a young man dressed in black with a rather cold face, also rushed out of the crowd and descended in front of the mountain forest. When the two appeared one after the other, the invisible aura that leaked out was enough to suppress many of the time-fuging 6th floor geniuses, causing their spiritual energy to stagnate. One could imagine what level the cultivation of the two had reached. With such cultivation, it was only natural for them to be extremely vigilant. Even though they couldn't see what was going on the surface, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. However, even if they felt that something was wrong, they couldn't stop in front of the mountain forest. After all, just from the dense crystal essence aura, they could vaguely determine that this mountain forest was extremely extraordinary. At the very least, it was an existence that was second only to a treasured land. Moreover, as silver disciples, they all had their own pride. How could he be frightened by some extraordinary aura of nothingness to the point that he stopped moving forward? Therefore, in just a few breaths of time, the fiery figure and the gloomy young man both took the lead in controlling their spiritual energy and slowly swept into the cloud mist mountain forest. With two of their own leading geniuses taking the lead, how could the disciples behind retreat? One by one, they followed closely behind, dashing into the cloud mist mountain forest. At this moment, the originally tranquil atmosphere outside the mountain forest faintly became oppressive. It was as if even the heavens and earth had a premonition of the clash that was about to unfold within the misty mountain forest. Walala, a strange creature that looked like a wave was quickly moving across the ground. But just as he was about to escape, a series of spirit chains suddenly shot out from a tricky angle, clearly trying to trap him. However, just as the spiritual chains were about to touch the wavy creature, it suddenly stopped. The creature also sensed the danger and immediately stopped moving. Instead, it revolved around itself like a whirlpool. As the whirlpool of water rotated, an indescribable mysterious power gradually appeared. No matter how the spiritual energy chains tried to bind them, they were swallowed by the whirlpool and dissipated into specks of light that filled the sky. The vortex only stopped spinning after the spiritual energy chains disappeared. Then, it slid in another direction and continued to escape. But this time, even this strange creature did not expect that there would be a giant hand of spirit chi waiting for it. Shockingly, as it continued to escape, the giant hand of spirit chi suddenly stretched out and grabbed it. Even though this wavy creature was extremely strange, it quickly softened its body and turned into a pool of water, wanting to escape. However, while he was escaping, the spiritual energy hand continued to change. In the end, it turned into a ball of spiritual energy light, trapping him within it. At this point, no matter how the creature drilled, it would be difficult for it to escape. It was also after seeing this scene that Yan Chutian, who was hiding, walked out from the shadows. Looking at the strange creature trapped in his spirit chi ball, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. This was not the first time they had encountered it, but the previous 2 times, they did not know its characteristics and allowed it to escape. This time around, they were finally able to capture him after making sufficient preparations. Unfortunately, even if they caught it, this crystal essence was destined to not belong to them. This was because this was the result of his cooperation with Maihani. Therefore, before the agreement, they had already made a distribution. This crystal essence, regardless of its grade, would belong to Maihani. Only the next crystal essence lifeform he encountered would belong to him. Therefore, after sensing Maihani's approach, he directly raised his hand and sent the ball of spirit chi in front of Maihani. Seeing this, Wu Hani was clearly very satisfied with Yan Chutian's tactfulness. She lightly nodded with a satisfied expression, and at the same time, reached out with her jade-like hand, directly grabbing that strange creature. The following process was the same as before. Under the continuous refinement of her spirit chi, the waves on the creature's surface continuously disappeared. Then, an extremely rich crystal essence aura quickly spread. After a dozen breaths, only one crystal essence was left in Maihani's hand. The grade of this crystal essence was not low. It had already reached the 5th grade. Although the 5th grade crystal essence was not low, it was still not enough for both Yan Chutian and Maihani. Needless to say, Maihani was already at the 5th level of the Heaven's Mansion stage. Although the 5th grade crystal essence was useful for polishing the Heaven's Mansion, the effect was not very obvious. Yan Chutian was now looking for an opportunity to break through. For him, the opportunity to break through was the 6th grade crystal essence. Even if it was not a real 6th grade, it was at least a quasi-6th grade. However, Yen Chutian also knew that this was something that could not be forced. The most important thing for him now was to find the real array I as soon as possible. However, finding the array I was not an easy task, because he was now close to the range of the deduced array I. But to really find the array I, he could only rely on luck. Can you confirm the array I? After putting away the crystal essence, Maihani looked around and then looked at Yen Chutian. When she met him, she already knew that he was looking for the array I. She originally found it hard to believe, but after he consecutively displayed his array Dao attainments and spiritual eye, she no longer had any doubts. Moreover, after spending some time together, she felt that Yen Chutian was not the kind of person who would deceive her. Hearing Maihani's question, Yen Chutian glanced ahead and gently shook his head. At most, he could be sure that the array I was in the general direction in front of him, but he had no way to determine the exact location of the array I. In fact, to be able to do this, even many of the so-called geniuses of the Celestial Array sect could not achieve this. After all, not to mention that they did not have the spiritual eye that Yen Chutian had, it was even more impossible for them to have the array left behind by the great spirit human sovereign that Yen Chutian had obtained. In the face of this natural array, even the spiritual eye was not very useful. Instead, it was the array left behind by the great spirit human sovereign that allowed Yen Chutian to deduce the approximate location of the array I. Hearing Yen Chutian's words, Maihani could not say anything. She could only nod and continue to follow him. This was because ever since she knew that Yen Chutian was looking for the array I, she had given the initiative to him. Hence, the two of them continued to move forward under the guidance of Yen Chutian. But where exactly was the array I in this vast mountain forest? Slap! The gloomy young man could not help but smile coldly when he saw the figure in front of him smash into a huge tree and spit out blood. Even so, he did not feel relieved. This was because he had never imagined that such a mysterious mountain forest, which was close to a treasure trove, would be the first to step into it. Fortunately, this mountain forest was extremely mysterious. Even if one set foot in it, it would not be easy to obtain the crystal marrow that was nurtured in it. Otherwise, the crystal marrow in this mountain forest would have been emptied by the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. Of course, it was not that the gloomy young man did not sense the mysterious and strange entrapment power in this mountain forest. Even he would find it difficult to find a way out of this entrapment. However, he was not angry about this situation. Instead, he became even more excited. This was his personality. To him, it would be too boring to directly obtain the crystal marrow.